Alright, it looks like we are finally online. Hey people, welcome back to my Subahibi stream, and as I mentioned yesterday, we are doing a series retrospective. We are continuing where we left off. We were having a conversation with Zakura, I think. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna continue where we last left off, which is, yeah, we are having a conversation with Zakura. So July 13th, quite far off from July 20th.
その一部は天の川すら飲み込む大きな三角。
Alright, now I remember the context a little bit.
さっきの話は
Anyway, let's let the conversation continue
無
from here.
限な線は三角形であること。何？ご存知ではありませんか？
No, actually, I didn't know that. I've heard about it. Well, read about it. I was pretty sure the title of the book was of Learn Ignorance, and the author was
ニコラウス・クザーヌス。そうそう、神学者だ。よくそんなこと知ってるね。マニアックな。感性的なものの範囲を超えることのない想像力は、線と三角形との比例関係に立たず、また量的に区別されるから、線は三角形足りうることを把握できない。近代哲学を準備したと言われる神学者の本だね。この三角形は円であり球である。つまり三角は全ての図形となり、そしてそれら全てが無限足り得る。三位一体説を三角形という図形を使ってその正当性を証明する試みだけど、やっぱりこじつけって感じがしますか？
I mean, the guy was playing with an infinitely large shape contained within another, so.
Eh?
As far as I remember. I actually haven't read the book, but I have some snippet ideas, but I don't know, man.
各種証明の仕方と神の証明には一切の関連がない。ましてや、三位一体説と三角形は何ら関係がない。
So I guess he only proved the shape thing about properties of the line, the shape, triangle, and I remember this. They also mentioned this in the game, and Tomasane was having some complaints that he made the jump from proving the infinity of the line and the shape, the jumping. He kind of alludes it to something divine or something like that. I don't fully remember, but he basically jumped onto the story about like God and etc. etc. I tried to provide proof with God and etc. But proving that the line in the triangle wasn't could totally be independent.
ってなんで私がそう考えてるとかなるの？違いますか？
He wasn't wrong. I remember thinking that as I read his book. But how did she...
なんでそんなマニアックなことを知っているのかって疑問以上に、なんで私が考えてることがわかるようなふりをするのかな。
Wait. So this... Well... This Zakura... I guess he really does have knowledge about, like... I can't remember when she met Tomasane. Like... Was it on the branch route already? Or was she already... Or was this... Was she already on the branch route for, like, the Kimika ending? Or was this, like... She met Tomasane before the branching paths, and I remember Tomasane trying his best to, like, get Zakura to go away by explaining that argument. If the event happened on the branching ending, which means that Zakura is totally also aware of the what happened to the other Zakura, I guess.
まあ常識から考えて、だって他人の心なんてわかるわけないでしょ。他人の心はわからない。そうですか？いや、なんつうか他人の記憶を共有することなんてできないでしょ。いいえ、できますよ。
Okay, this Zakuro, yeah, yeah. Well, I think we discussed this last night that the Zakuro is well aware of like the events of the main story, or to some extent of it, and that based on her bringing up Kasana's could also, if my assumption is correct, um, could also mean that she was also aware of the other path that Zakuro could have taken, but I could be wrong. I don't fully remember the layout of the events.
なんで？世界そのものの少女ですから。
Okay. Because the girl is the world itself. I have an idea that is related to the fact that this world is also a dream. I think we kind of mentioned. I mean, Sakura later mentions that the girl here, I mean, Yuki, the one who's dreaming, well, if she's dreaming, and if you remember how the personalities interacted in like from chapter 5 to chapter 7, or at least chapter 5, when Yuki was talking to Tomasane, and at some point that Yuki is able to mind read a little bit about like what Tomasane is thinking. So if this is the dream, and Zakuro was able to also like figure out the mechanism to do what Yuki was doing in chapter 5, then it wouldn't be a surprise that Zakuro is implying here that, you know, something like that. At least that's how I understood that statement. Anyway, just what is she saying? Maybe she really is one of those unstable people, claiming to be the world itself. Is she talking about that anime? Suzumiya something or other? Suzumiya Haruhi.
世界そのものの少女はそこにいるべきではない。この空のどこかで待つ少女の場所に帰るべきなんです。
If the girl who is in the world itself is the Yuki who is... Okay, let's use Umineko analogies. So, if this world is a chessboard, the girl who is the world itself is the chess piece of one of the players of the chessboard. But I guess she's kind of, because of her being in the coma and all, she should return to the girl who's waiting in the sky, which is the meta world Yuki, I guess. If we use like Umineko analogies here.
参考程度にお聞きしますが、誰が空で待っているのですか？守るべきもの、守らなければならないと誓った少女がこの空のどこかに。
No, I'm still thinking if it's Yuki. If it's correct to think that the girl in the sky is Yuki, she should return to the girl who's waiting in the sky. I don't know if we're talking about Yuki there, or we could also look into Hasaki, but anyway, let's continue.
世界そのものの少女は空の少女のもとに帰らなければならない。
Well, basically, I think I understand the Zakharos, what she's trying to do here. You really, really need to go through the entire game just to figure out what the hell Zakharos talking about here.
その世界そのものの少女って空の少女探してるの？
Not necessarily.
はい。
But she said yes anyway. Fuck that up. But
もしかしてぬいぐるみを落としてた理由ってそれなの？はい。
Takashima-san approached the fence carrying two stuffed dolls. She held the dolls out toward the sky.
この世界そのものである少女はここにいる。だから答えて。羽咲く少女よ。
The girl who sprouts wings. Is she like an angel or something? Pretty sure there was an anime like that. Or was it a game? There is a girl who sprouts wings. She is waving in the air. Well, I don't know a whole lot about anime.
空に輝く無限なる三角よ。銀河を飲み込む大いなる無限よ。少女の言葉を。
As she murmured that, she drew the doll. The doll hovered in the air for just a slight moment, then descended and fell to the ground. I'm trying to think, because the doll, well, rabbit dolls are both associated with like Sakura, but Sakura's doll is more like a cell phone chain thing. Meanwhile, Hasaki's is like, you know, a full-blown stuffed toy that's almost as large as her. So, of course.
落ちてしまいました。この前やってたこと？いいえ、似てますが。違います。
For some reason, she looked a little sad as she said that. She picked up the next doll and held it out to the sky.
3つの星。3つの魂よ。三角形は円であり、球であり。そしてそれは無限の線である。
The summer triangle with the tree spirits.
無限の線とは絶対者。1にして善、善にして1。その魂を導きたまえ。
It's like she's making some weird call to God or something. I mean, if you follow the Kasana's thing. Wait, I need to increase the temperature of my heated blanket. It's starting to get a little cold.
3つの星。
The next doll floated and then fell straight down.
落ちました。一応物理とかで習ったよね。世界には重力というのがあってね。
Well, you know, she could totally be like the pioneer of like aerodynamics or something.
空気力学のパイオニア。
Oh.
小さなエスペラがその塔の下に立つ。何それ？空気力学のおまじないです。空気力学って、流体力学だよね。違いますよ。空気力学はもっと精神的な力学です。あはは。精神的な力学ですか。
I like how Yuki's so hesitant here. She was definitely talking about some occult stuff, right? She headed downstairs to go fetch the dolls. I hesitated for a second to go along with her, but my curiosity won out, and I ended up following her. Takashima-san was brushing the dirt off the dolls.
さ、質問いいかな？はい。世界そのものの少女がこの世界から消えたら、この世界はどうなるの？この世界は生まれ変わります。そうなんだ。
Her explanation just kept going more and more suspicious.
もしかしてこの世界が正しくないから 正しい姿に戻すために高島さんは日夜ぬいぐるみを落下させてるの？なんでそんな風に思ったのですか？いや、世の中には信仰の自由っていうのもあるし、高島さんがそう思うのはそれで別に構わないんだけど。だけどどうしましたか？あんまりフェンス乗り越えてぬいぐるみ落とすとかやめた方がいいよ。まず危ないし、あと近所の人も不審があるし。そうですね。ただ、もしそのようなことが起きたなら、それは世界が決めた運命です。
Damn. The only thing I
世
got
界である少女の意志です。
Okay, yeah, this is straightforward. Damn, the only thing I got from that mess was the fact that I have no idea what the hell she was saying. I like how I finally understand what the hell she is saying. Zakura's totally into the fate thing, man. No, like the Zakuro from the true ending of her true ending of her chapter, Looking Glass Insects, would be someone who just let fate decide stuff in etc. etc. But I don't know. She's also she's if what I mentioned earlier was true, then it means she's also aware of what happened to the what happened to the Kimika ending to Zakuro. But I might be wrong.
さ、世界に不正がはびこってて許せないっていうのはわかるし、そんな世の中を変えたいっていうのもわかるんだけどさ。何ですかそれ？いや、世の中が悪いからそれを変えるためにやってるのかなって。いいえ、悪いとか悪くないとかの問題ではなく、
She's basically just
そ
trying
う
to
し
wake.
なければならないから。
She's just basically trying to wake up Yuki. Whoa, she was clearly a full-blown religious nut.
んで、世界少女を空の少女に戻すためにはどんな条件が必要なの？世界少女？どうしたの？いや、なんかかっこいい響きでいいな。
What the hell?
夏の大三角が見える時刻。夏の大三角って今は7月だから結構見える時間長いよね。今日は13日ですから、日が暮れる頃、東の空から昇り、明け方に西の空に消えます。それで時刻は？わかりません。だからいろいろな時間を試しているのです。そうなんだ。なら星が綺麗に見える日じゃないとダメなんだ。そうですね。ところで、どうしてこのマンションの屋上なの？
There were plenty of other tall buildings.
単にこのマンションは簡単に屋上に入れるのと、周りに邪魔になる高い建物が少ないからです。なるほどね。じゃあ入れればここ以外でもいいわけなんだ。はい。星がよく見えれば。そう。あと、なんでぬいぐるみを落とすの？人を模したものなら何でも。ただ、普通の人形とかマネキンだと危ないですから。
Yeah, I'm still thinking why exactly the dolls. That's something I still don't get.
まあ、それはそうだね。柔らかい素材じゃなきゃいけないからぬいぐるみなんだ。
I mean, there is like no, it's rabbit dolls. So there's like I'm coming up with like specific like symbolism significance, but I'm not sure. Anyway, the clearer the view of the sky, the easier it was to spot the summer triangle.
そういえば、そろそろ夏休みだね。まだ1週間ぐらいありますけど。少し早い夏休みの宿題みたいだね。なんかその空探し。は
あ。I wondered why it felt like that. Usually I want to get away from such a crazy person as quickly as possible. And yet my mouth seemed compelled to respond.
なんか私も一緒に探すよ。 その世界少女と空の少女が出会える場所とかいうの。
Well, you know how Yuki is.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Takashima bowed deeply. She didn't need to be so thankful, was what I thought. But I was still a little unsure why they blurred that out in the first place. But spending a summer night with her, gazing at the stars, looking for the world girl and the girl of the sky she talked about, actually seemed kind of fun. Despite knowing full well nothing like that existed, I couldn't help but think it might be fun. Then we headed home. For some reason, Takashima-san and I never parted ways. She followed behind me silently. Maybe she was following to make sure I didn't tell anyone about what happened earlier. Though, it wasn't the easiest topic to bring up in a conversation.
あのさ、高島さん。はい。私、誰かに話したりなんかしないよ。はあ。いや、だから、高島さんが話してくれたこと。あ、そのことでしたら、別に話していただいても構いませんよ。へえ。
At least she was aware that what she said was weird. But I wonder why she told me.
なら、なんで私には話したの？世界である少女が望むことは、すべて叶います。だから私が水上さんにこのお話をするのは必然なのです。
The will of the dreamer, I guess. Anyway, whoa, what a weirdo. We were still talking when we reached my house. For some reason, Sakura just stood in front of my house. Maybe she was hoping I would invite her in.
とりあえず寄ってく？はい、お願いします。飲み物お茶でいいかな？あ、すみません。ありがとうございます。
I fetched a plastic bottle with tea from the refrigerator and poured it into 2 nearby cups.
はい、どうぞ。あ、どうも。すみません。いいえ。
The two of us sat down and started having tea.
というか、もうこんな時間だよ。私のことですか？
Wait, let me skip a little.
いや、あなた以外いな。それなら問題ありません。この世界に私の両親はいません。
I really like she says this line. In this world. So you know this Sakura. Yeah, this Sakura is all for it.
え？
In this world, that means...
両親とも事故ではないのですが。ですが、今は両親には会えません。そう。はい。田舎に帰っているので。
No, she made that shit up. Huh?
って。はい。
I misunderstood her. She said in this world. In her case, it was actually more like in this town. She really was a weird girl.
どっちにしても帰らなきゃ問題はあるでしょう。
She took a deep breath there. Okay, we
ご迷惑なのは100も承知なのですが、どうか空に帰るその日まで。はい。もちろん極つぶしご奉仕。どうぞこれからはユキ様。はい。
Wait,
そう呼ば。
let's skip this.
お試し期間。はい。はあ。ってうわあ、なんでいきなりスカートめくり上げてるの？
Well, this is the you know how Sakura was like totally. Wait, sorry, I'm preparing for shit. You totally know how Sakura was totally like willing to give it all for like Yuki, and well, she is. I guess she's well aware that she fell in love with Yuki rather than Mamiya Takuji, which she, you know.
いえ、お風呂にそうだね。そってなんでやねん。
I'm still guessing this is still like I like this is how like a super hint about like I mean, you can also think Yuki might also be like that, but you could also think that this is the Tomasane body, whatever. It's also totally possible that they see her as Tomasane, but I think let's not overthink this right now.
面倒なので。あ、で何やってるのよ。
Agami.
深夜ってほど。それはあんたが不健康な生活してるからでしょ。あ、鏡さん、こんばんは。
I still think this is like Hasaki. I still think this is Hasaki rather than the Wakatsuki sisters. And then she sees like a girl moving in Tomasane, I mean, you can go ahead and think this is like the world where Kagami and Tsukasa actually does exist, but I interpret this as more like, yeah, Hasaki. Which means that, oh man, come to think of it, considering the King's Game ending, the other King's Game ending, which is in Zakuro. Anyway.
あ、どうも、こんばんは。
Okay, let's
手違
skip.
これは
This
さだそこで私同性だ。おかしくないわよ。私は幼馴染だ。そうだっけ。でなんかで世話する。それより話を話ですね。はい。外的。はあ。
Yeah, we're just skipping about like there's probably some relevance to this, but right now I'm like
高橋。はい。少なくとも現状を見る分にはユキ様の話もお話だけでもしてから判断して。ありがとうございます。わかりました。高島さんとユキが同棲。
Yeah, if this was Hasaki, she'd go ballistic, man.
いや、同棲じゃ同棲も同居も同じよ。違うだろう。まあ、つうかなんでそんなの起こるに決まってるでしょ。なんででしょうか。
You know what? This is totally possible to be just like Hasaki. Tomasa's brain interpreting two sides of Hasaki. Because we know Hasaki is like when she sees shit like this, she's like not gonna let this girl get Nisen or something. Tomo Nisen or whatever.
なぜ冬。そうです。
Alright, let's try to get to.
男性を住まわせればなぜだって人は他人の中に自分の姿を見、特に自分がしたいこと。
Yeah, this is Sasaki's. Sasaki.
なぜ同性なのにもかかわらずユキ様と私が違うわよ。別に突然だったから驚いた。はい、分かってだからそれならば問題。そうなんだ。ユキ様はなんか彼女そうあれこの町では有名な伝承だよ。あれだよね。夏の大三角形が見える場所で夏に一度だけ。へえ、そんなの初めて知った。
Wait, this sounded a lot like the story of Tenabada. There's supposed to be one night every summer when Orihime and Hikoboshi are allowed to meet.
まあ本当に昔からある伝承なのか、それとも最近作られた都市伝説かは知らないけどね。だから町の噂って程度のもんかな。町の噂ではなく 世界によって決められたことです。
Yeah, she's really like, this is the dream, and if the subconscious brain of the dreamer thinks it's something that should happen, then by all means, bro.
それって世界的に流行ってる噂ってこと？いや、さすがに世界規模でそんな噂はないよ。でも七夕は近いんじゃないかな。あれだったら中国が発祥で、台湾、ベトナム、大韓民国とかでも行われてる祭りだしね。でもあれももともとは旧暦だから実質8月でしょ。高島さんが探している伝承の空は7月だから、少し違うような気もするけど。でも織姫星はこと座の冷凍星ベガだし、夏彦星は鷲座の一等星アルタイルだよ。これって夏の三角の2個だよね。なるほど。そうすると一概には七夕伝説も関係ないとは言えないってことなのか。七夕伝説がこの町で独自進化経て生まれた伝承か何かじゃないの？それだったら旧暦を無視して7月なのわかるし。でもどっちにしても7月7日じゃないんでしょ？おかしくないかしら。それはわからないけど。
Well, July 20th is an important date.
どっちにしても一緒に暮らすなんて不健全。またそれですか？いや、それおかしいでしょ。なんでうるさいわね。それでもご奉仕だとか運命とかなんか普通じゃない言葉が出てきてるのは確かでしょ。いや、まあ正直掃除とかしてくれるのは助かるけど、でも空を一緒に探すっていうのは暇つぶしみたいなもんだからさ。全然悪くありませんよ。ユキ様次第です。
Straight up saying it, bro.
ハウスキーパーだかなんだか知らないけど、このままだと高島さんはあんたが食事する時もメイドですから。そんな
メイド。
もうだって高島さんが
Alright, let's skip ahead a little.
どちらにしても世界少女によって世界は変わる。私たちはそれまでいかにそれぞれの役割を演じるかじゃないですか。それは
No way. No fucking way. No. Maybe that's just like her kind of understanding what's going on, but making a statement that she kind of understand what is going on. But there's no way.
世界そのものである少女が望むのであれば、世界はすべてそのように。ってどういわかりやすく言えば、今のがそういう会話？あれ？
Well, when I first went through this, Sukasa played like a mediator and played along, but when you try to read this, it's also possible that Sukasa slash Hasaki is like another self-aware person, but it's totally possible. It's totally possible. But the surface level interpretation is just like she's trying to mediate things based on her understanding of what Zakura was trying to do. It sounded like they were talking nonsense just now. How were they able to hold a meaningful conversation when most of what they were talking about was gibberish? It was a bit mysterious.
とりあえずユキ様の家には高島ザクロというメイドさんが住むことになり、その関係で世話焼きキャラの幼なじみが来て、これまた一つ屋根の下に住むとか言い出したということですね。
Yeah, because the music stylistically stops, so it's the game itself trying to tell you there's something going on.
それなら高島さん、こういう風にも考えられるよ。メイドさんに幼なじみ。ならば次に欲しいのが妹キャラ。
Which makes sense. She represents Hasaki, childhood friend. You know, I guess a doll. I don't know, man.
今だと手頃なのがここにいたりするよ。朝起こすタイプというより起こさなくちゃいけないタイプだけど。あ、でも双子属性は完備してたりするよ。どうかな、ユキ。
There's such a random, though she is the type to have to go wake up in the morning.
って私に聞いてるの？
I thought I had been completely excluded from the conversation. Yeah, I think Tsukasa / Hasaki is well aware about this thing that's going on right now. I don't know.
それでこの案についてどう思うかな。いやそれに多分そういう設定はゲームやら。そっか、そうかも。じゃあ、いや
Kind of skipping a little ahead.
まあ騒がしい。いや、なんでこんなことになったんだか。
After we finished eating the dinner that Takashima-san made, Kagami and Tsukasa went home to grab their things.
ユキ様。ああ、どうも。
I gotta ready this up, but the first bat isn't them being naked or something like that. It's still want to keep it like a little safe, you know what I mean.
Yuki, せっかく入れてもらったんだ。
So basically, they are going to take a bath.
待ちなさいよ。
I'm skipping
何
ahead.
でしょうか。鏡さん。うわ、このままなったい。そうですか。水な。わかりました。今日ははい。司さんのはいちご味。
Well, right now they're talking about like toothpaste flavors.
この子、これじゃないと続かなくて。
How come I have a feeling Kagami also had a line? I mean, Hasaki had a line over this. Maybe it's just me. Misremembering something.
恥ずかしい。でも大人だよね、高島さん。コーヒーなんて渋い。いや、味付き自体子供だ。そうかな。私は普通のやつ。お姉ちゃん、私もミントにする。
Yeah, this is Kagami. This is Kagami versus Sakura for like Tomani-san's shit.
私もミントにします。ここにお布団を敷いてしまってよろしい
I
です。
totally understand why there's that there's that dynamic going on with Kagami and I mean Tsukasa and Zafuro.
さすが。はい、お泊まり会竹縄って感じで。
Skipping a little ahead.
この布団ユキの家。
Oh, actually, yeah, the rabbit doll also has this. Yeah, when I think about like the twin tails, it's the ears, right? Of the rabbit doll.
そうなんですか。なんでそんなもん嗅ぐんですか、あんたたち。まったく、はしゃい。当たり前だよ。ダメよ、つかさ。じゃないの。ユキも。ダメだよ、そんなの。はあ。別にいいけど。こらこらこら。
No, this is not the King's game where they go naked yet, so we can totally like skip through
そうなのです。ちょっと高島さん、なんで私の布団を引き離してるのよ。でそのままどこまで持ってく気よ。ちょっとユキ様とご一緒したくないのでした。素直になってよろ
Alright,
しい。
let's skip this stuff.
鏡も誰のせさすがにもう遅いから寝ましょう。司も十分遊んだでしょ。まだ遊びたい。ダメよ。学校なんかな。賛成ですな。こらユキ様、どうぞお先にお休みください。私はメイドですから、主を。どうも。まあ。
Alright, skipping ahead. Skipping
おやす
ahead.
みなさい。おやすみなさい。
Going to bed, close my eyes. Alright, skipping a little ahead.
ユキ、寝た？これちょっとだけ。別に可愛くなんか。
I am so not surprised that Hasaki does this, man. She would totally do this.
これで口さえ悪くなければね。あ、そこも悪いか。
It's also totally possible that Hasaki is also, yeah, because sometimes like Hasaki is also like commenting this. I totally think that some lines of Kagami is also Hasaki talking things. Some Kagami lines is actually just Hasaki. It's none of your business. Damn, I really wanted to say that. Just because of your grades are good doesn't mean you can punch and kick someone.
お邪魔します。
I could feel someone creeping into my bed. Yeah, this is a Hasaki thing to do.
ちょっと司。お姉ちゃんも入っちゃいない。小さいからユキの家で怖い映画とか見たよ。それは小さい時のことでしょ。もう大人なんだから。男女7歳にして席を同じ湯せずって言うでしょ。
Yeah, you know what? I think about like Kagami is like the barrier keeping the relationship like normal and all that shit. When Kagami or the rabbit all died, Hasaki just went full blown, she went full blown with the weird shit, yeah.
男女じゃないよ。女の子同士だよ。
And I think this is a statement that Tomasana's brain is just like trying to translate, just to maintain the internal consistency of his delusion.
一緒にユキの匂いって安心する。背丈とか育っちゃったのに、なんかユキの匂いに包まれると仕方ないわね。ユキの寝顔スクープです。こちら司で。あのね。とっても可愛いです。天使？ユキのほっぺたに触れてみようと思います。
Punya punya. Oh, that tickle a bit. Punya punya. I felt a round fingertip poking me in the cheek.
これはなかなか楽しい感触ですね。
This is totally Hasaki manifesting her like weird shit.
どれどれ？
Punya punya.
確かに意外に楽しいかも。
They were taking turns poking my cheeks. Okay, that's.
ちょっと了解。二人とも私は起きてるぞ。うわ！ 起きてる。ユキ、まったく人の顔で遊ぶな。
Skipping a little ahead.
あ、高島さんお帰りなさい。
That was a long checking of doors, bro. Yuki, they already thought Yuki was already asleep with how long she took.
そうそう、二人とも皆さん、私も混ぜてくださいませんか。え、だからなんで高島さんはユキに抱きついてるのよ。
Yeah, this is part of.
全部
This is the Hasaki side that's like, what are you doing, Tomonisa? Skipping a little ahead.
二人と結局いいす。うん、うん、朝の10時。それわたつかさ
You know, sometimes I wonder if like Hasaki actually goes to school.
今何時。
Skipping.
痛いです。
Yeah, this is the internal consistency on this is like, you know, Hasaki's bra was showing Thomas Neeson saw that shit. You know, that fits the internal consistency stuff. Right?
ユキ様、大丈夫。鏡さんは口で。それはまあおっしゃる。え？いや、別に嫌だった。ユキ、あんた用意？はあ？学校行くようにボケてるのはあなたです。そんなわけあるか。遅刻の方がダメよ。本当かな。何だってさ、足とかで踏むから。年頃になると結構それなりの履いてるんだな。あのお子ちゃまパンツ履いてた鏡ちゃんが大きくなったんだな。とか。
I feel bad for Hasaki here. I feel bad for Hasaki.
ユキのバカ。顔を蹴られた。なんで蹴られなきゃいけないんだ。とりあえず起きるのよ。
Furthermore, why was she so mad about someone of the same gender seeing her underwear? Because we know this is Kagami looking. This is Hasaki looking at Toei Neeson. Okay.
はい。
Skipping ahead.
どうしたん？お、ちょっと腹立った。そっちが二度攻撃するなら考えがある。
Wait. There was a line when there was a line about Hasaki waiting for like Tomasane to wake up or something. You know what? I this entire exchange, when you see Kagami and Tsukasa talk, it's important to look into like chapter 6 a lot, I guess. I kind of feel like reviewing chapter 6 just so I could like. Anyway, it's not ultra important. It's like I'm just enjoying the narrative stuff going on here.
って何やってるだよ。二度蹴られたので二度。賢じゃないでしょ。この鼻毛なんだ。楽しい。だくそんあのね。そうです。
Skipping.
まあ人にははい。だからどうぞごゆっ。
Well, you know, Takashima doesn't care unless it doesn't care about anything else except for like Yuki.
私たちのせいでユキさん。そりゃもちろん。分かった。あんたが誰がどの口で言うのか知らねえ。
I actually wonder if Kagami's like this. Like she's totally into the school stuff, you know.
でもなんで鏡までサボる気に？
I mean, Hasaki. Oh, shit, my brain. Hasaki.
だって
Because I think that if you're looking into like trying to characterize a bit more on like what kind of person Hasaki is, it's totally possible you could like just look into the entire exchange with Kugami and Tsukasa with Yuki. And I think you get a lot of their characterization and down the rabbit hole one then compared to the other ones, other chapters. Because the other chapters are straight up just this is what happens. This is what this POV character thought and saw and thought about at that time. What they did. Here, well, I guess I'm getting some idea a little bit more about Hasaki. I mean, outside the stuff that's important in the story. So this is, you know what? Down the rabbit hole one is more like something for the people who went through the game. I think. That's not. I think everyone knows that shit.
高島さんがメイ
Yeah,
ド
this
キャラ
could
だった
be
ら。え
rushing a
知
little
ら
bit.
ないわよ。で、そうね。つかさこの子きっちり8時間寝ない。ったく。
And we all ended up going back to sleep. Yeah, I think this is the bad thing, not the one they're naked. Because I remember they start out with like the bathing suits, which is a callback to the sequence in chapter 5 when Hasaki was like, "You're gonna take a bath with Yuki Nessen," which is Tomasana and Yuki were like both personalities manifesting at a time, even though she doesn't see them two simultaneously. It was enough to get her like very jealous. She got to the point that she was jealous with a personality taking over same body. I don't know how that works, but you know she registers that, you know two personalities. It's good to know. Anyway, before we realized that the sun was setting, time passed in the blink of an eye.
ユキ様、お食事の用意をいたしますが、
What?
献立に何かご要望はありますか?
Or in their uniform. They don't have anything else to wear. I'm actually surprised Sakura has like sleepwear. I don't know. It's not gonna think about it.
お
Okay, let's rush a
な
bit.
るほど。カレー好きだよ。カレー。では、調理に取り掛
I
かり
don't
ま
need
す
to
の
get
で。
hungry right
しばし。
now.
なんかユキ、いきなり偉い人に。よーし。私ももっと妹キャラに徹しないと。
This is Hasaki being like, you know what? I'm gonna be a real Emoto.
なんでそんなこと徹するのよ。だってでもそれだとしても。だってお姉ちゃんはそのままでいい。だったら司だって。
Yeah, you know what? That is a good way to think about like how Hasaki views herself. Part of her thinks of herself as like an actual sister to Tomasane. But at the same time, this is why she was totally into the incest shit. Because part of her thinks of herself as like, I wish we were just childhood friends. I wish we were childhood friends. And society wouldn't care. Wouldn't care if I was in love with you or something like that. Or some shit. But we know there's also the rabbit, so. But the rabbit also symbolizes part of like Hasaki, so I don't know why my brain paused there for a moment.
私は
Let's continue.
でもそれってキャラじゃないでしょ。なんでそうそう幼なじみという好きになれる立場になりたいという気持ち、そして妹として肉親になりたいって気持ち。
My God. Oh my God. I knew it. I was right. I was right. And this is a manifestation of Hasaki's both sides, man. In other words, each time we see a picture of like Hasaki and Kagami, it's literally like the two sides of Hasaki. You know what? What's stopping us from not believing that it's totally possible Hasaki also has some weird shit going on with her? But it's not like to the level of like having dual personalities. But this is her inner turmoil, I guess. This is her inner turmoil materialize in our eyes. And Tsukasa slash part of Hasaki just straight up saying the shit, you just know, man.
そういうアンビバレンスな気持ちが双子って形になったんじゃないかな。
Hell, man, this is the confirmation I wanted. This is the confirmation of what I was thinking about, what was going on with these two and Hasaki, man.
形になったも何も、私たちは生まれた時から双子だし。
The way to think about this is like, yeah, because the rabbit was so important enough for Hasaki that I guess she started developing those feelings of like her desire to be like, can I just be like a childhood friend who's in love with this guy I met when we were young and shit. The moment she got like the rabbit doll and this is the shit.
あ、いや、運命的な意味でかな。
There you go, she says it straight up. Maybe we would have been twins since we were born. Maybe in the sense of our destinies. Her two desires manifesting.
何よそれ。
Yeah, I'm being more careful about Kagami because Kagami is like almost like at the same level as Zakuro when it comes to like being self-aware about the current of the main story situation. Shit.
それよりちょっと
Okay, let's skip
手
a
伝
little
え
ahead.
ることないか。きっとお姉ちゃん。お待たせしました。皆様。ああ、カレーのいい匂い。美味しそうだな。
Nasa's eyes sparkled. She didn't look like she was faking her excitement.
たくさん作ったから。はい。二人で作りました。どうぞ心ゆく。
You carefully piled the curry on top of her. Okay, let's skip ahead. I don't want to get hungry right now because I have to cook dinner after this stream. Oh shit, it's almost 7. Fuck. What time do I cook my food? Oh man, you know what? Kind of need to start worrying about that actually. Not good. I want to actually have just one whole sitting that I just do the stream, man. We're gonna finish this freaking chapter in the stream, okay? And food, yeah. I mean, I can totally just buy food tonight instead of cooking it, and I can just cook it tomorrow. Damn, such a tempting idea. We'll see.
あれ
Let's continue.
なんでいえいえあいやそうだよそうよそれだったら手伝ってた私まで立たなきゃいけなくなるわよ
The way I look at this statement is like how Zakuro really does look at she still has that inferiority complex. She still has that, I think. I mean, I get Zakuro is like a really devoted girl about the things she loves and all that shit. But I can't help but think about like this is her manifestation of her insecurities and all that. Anyway.
わかりましたありがとうふ メイドたるもほ
Skipping
う
ahead.
ねえつかさ、こういう場合幼なじみキャラはどうしたらいいのかしら。
This is basically Hasaki starting to get jealous.
今みたいにメラメラとこんなことで正解なんだ。だからお姉ちゃんは天然をじゃあいただきます。これで申し訳ありません。これどうやら少し熱すぎたよ。
Okay, this is a weird sequence.
鏡さん、私何か粗相をやらかしましたでしょうか。さ、つかさ。
Yeah, this is totally a thing that Hasaki would do when she sees like Zakura doing that shit. She'd be so jealous.
ごめん。だから怖っ。蚊が飛んでたのよ。
Skipping ahead.
ツンデレだかツンドラだか知らないけど、わかったわ。茶番？
Oh, I love this music. You know, I remember the last time this played. It was the LSD trip. It was the LSD. No. It's not. Okay. It's not the last time it just played. It was like the LSD trip with what's her name? Kimika. It's more like I always associate this with Kimika. I really do. Kimika.
そんな茶番。
Skipping ahead.
揺れて、いや、うるさいわね。なら、じゃあそういう仕様なの？どんな味？そんな人があんな見事とか褒めてもらって光栄だわ。
Oh shit! Yeah, I remember. I think Hasaki was also trained. Yeah, I remember Hasaki was trained into she was also trained to martial arts, not to the same extent as Tomasane, but because she was able to apprehend like the reporter, so no one like that could ever deliver such amazing goods. Sorry, the reason why I think about like these kicks thing, because if I remember correctly, it was implied somewhere that their martial arts that they learn is heavily into kicks. So you know, no, somewhere in the story I got this. I got an understanding that their martial arts is heavily into kicks. If you remove the supernatural, the supernatural spiritual stuff that happens in chapter 7.
つぶってましたよ。そんなことではこぼしてしまいます。やはり鏡さんには荷が重すぎたんです。そんなことないわよ。ほら。
Maybe a little bit more.
そうよ。これでやだ、見えないって。じゃあとりあえず。
Yeah, this is slice of life stuff.
メイドが上、妹。いや、そんな負けます。できたら私のも食べてほ。食いすゆき。
Okay, skipping a little ahead.
二人とも熱くなってて、食べた後脂肪がおっぱいにつくようにお間違いしたから大丈夫なんだよ。
Actually, I don't recall if Hasagi worries about her boobs or something. Anyway.
鏡、皿洗い。いいわよ。 こんなのすぐいや食べてすぐならユキにも知ってうわちょ
But Yuki has already large.
うわかっておまじないそれ病は気から頻尿も気からだよわたでも借りてたも何もユキは私のもの
Alright.
なんだかいきなり4姉妹って感じだわね
They're not yet naked at this point, but like, I mean, they're in swimsuits and all, but let's not make it a habit. I might make the mistake later where they are actually naked. Anyway, she's talking, Yuki's thinking to herself about how they're getting along.
なんか高島さんと出会ってから変なことばかりだお待たせいたしましたユキ様
So, Zakuro and Kagami enter their swimsuits with sponges. This is a callback to chapter 5 when and
自分でできることでもあえて他の人にやらせて様子を見るこれが人としての器ではないでしょうか
No, I think it's fine to uncensor this a little bit. Just because you can do it on your own doesn't mean you should try to shoulder the burden on yourself. Trusting another person to do what you can do isn't that what it means to be angry. Yeah, this is important for like something Tomasade should have heard.
あのね二人とも私の知っている方でシナリオと原画と CG と演出用素材から背景まで自分ができるからという理由で全部やろうとしてしまう方がいますが
The specific rant is about Skaji, man. Because whoever was writing the scene, it's only possible it's also Skaji himself. But yeah, this is if you look at the credits, you know Skaji practically did almost everything. So you know.
正直何でも自分でやろうとするから発売が遅れてるんです
I think it's fine.
だいたい収録予定日なんかもどんどん移動しましたし当日台本受け渡しとかシナリオを書くのが久しぶりなんでいまいち調子が上がらないんですよふひとか変な鼻息で説明されても困ります
They're really talking about Skaji here, man.
これはお仕事なのですからその関係ありますはあ近代化とはすなわち分業の時代それが正しい現代のあり方なのです
Is this Skaji talking to himself? He was like, "Yeah, you know what? I should get my shit together. I should divide my work, but I'm doing everyone's work for some reason."
ということでごめん水出しちゃった間違ってまれにそんな時もありますずるくないでしょ
They're talking about
じゃあ負けませんよ
washing Yuki, basically. So
すみません
I flipped out of them signaling the end of the war, so I think the bad scene's already done. I learned something important that day. Territorial squabbles never lead to good things. I mean, pitter patter, pitter patter. Oh, a cool breeze blew in and caressed my cheeks.
なんだかなあの二人
They always had that kind of personality. I guess Takashima-san was a bit strange from the start, but it seemed like Kagami was acting weird too. I mean, she feels threatened in this situation, so she's like, I gotta put the stops, bro. I want my Tomonisen not to be this interloper and all that shit.
何を二人はムキになってるの
Alright, let's continue.
そりゃユキのことが好きだからだよ
Straight up saying it. I like that, Tsukasa. Straight up saying it.
いやそうかな愛があれば関係ないんじゃないの
This is an internal consistency thing, but we can also believe that this world is also the personalities actually being actually themselves. So, I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah, you know what? It doesn't matter, really. Really, I don't think that matters when it comes to us. That's all we need to know. That's all we can have to come into a conclusion.
っていういや 違うでしょ。そうえラブじゃなくてライ。そりゃそうだよ。司とか私にラブなわけないじゃん。そんなことないよ。私はユキのことラブだよ。
Yep. Let's just continue for this shit.
だからさっきはごめん。背中痛かった。先ほどはすみだ。
We haven't seen Ayana yet, so it's kind of weird. Well, it's not July 15, so it's a long way. It's still a long way, you know. It was morning, and I could tell from the bird song outside the light was streaming through the gap in the curtain.
はあ、司が変なこと言うからあんまり眠れなかったな。
2 nights in a row without any sleep. What did she mean by love? Jeez, we're both girls. But
なんで微妙に動揺しているんだろう、私。
I really couldn't understand this feeling. Normally I would have felt shocked and uncomfortable, but it didn't feel unpleasant at all. If I had to say, the phrase that would best describe this feeling, the closest fit was to say my heart was a flutter. Why was my heart fluttering like this?
全然わからない。
Geez, how did things end up like this anyway? At first, it was just Takashima-san who was going to stay here while she was searching for the sky. Then Kagami and Tsukasa ended up staying here too. It didn't make sense. How did it turn out like that? Besides that, and that's right. At first, she wanted to stay here so she could look for the sky. Why were we just laying around like this? To get rid of this feeling, I need to go find whatever Takashima-san was looking for as soon as possible, send her home, and to get rid of Tsukasa and Kagami too. If this kept up, something weird could happen.
なんかこれやばい方向になっている気がするぞ。普通じゃない状況に。何がやばいのかなって。うわあ、司いや、なんでもないって。それは変なこと？ラブだとか。変なことか。まあ変といえば変なのかもしれないけど。ほら。本当だ。やばい、用意しないと。
Yeah, but we skipped yesterday, but today we went to school. As always, there was nothing to do but sit around idly and wait for class to end, but for some reason, the school day didn't feel very long at all. Summer break was almost here. I just had to endure this boredom for a little longer. The four of us walked home together. It felt like we haven't walked together like that in a long time. Well, we were all going to the same place, so maybe it was inevitable that we would walk home together.
今日はいい加減空探し行くんだよね。はい。昨日はサボってしまいましたからね。空探しって、
Skipping a
あ
little
の世
ahead.
界系な少女どこ探し。一応杉宮にあるゆき、さすがにそれぐらい。でも東京で明かりのない場所とか探っ。いや、だからって。でも光が少ない。天文部？北高の天文部よ。そうなの？さすがに深夜とかだと手続きがめんどくさかったはずだけど、あそこって北高って高台になってて、さらに周りがシートですか。
The very important building. The very important building. Where a lot of people, a lot of people waited for the end sky. Takashima-san's expression suddenly clouded over as she mumbled that.
どうしたの？なんか。いいえ、 でもそうなの？私美術部だったんですよ。C棟の屋上って美術準備室からしか上がれない構造になってるので、
Which
よ
if
くあそ
you
こに行ったことがあるんです。
so which if you remember, Zakuro was bullied. She was forced to join the art club, so the two girls would her two bullies would be able to get access to building C's roof.
へえ、ちょっとした事故がありまして、美術部は活動停止です。
And if you remember, it's because Zakuro jumped to try to catch the rabbit doll keychain thing, and you know she was the one in the accident.
美術部で事故？まあそんなことはどうでもいいじゃないですか。あんまり夜にうろつかなかったから気にもしなかった。町側が見える東の空はってなんでそんな詳しい？クラスのミュウって天文部だから。
Economy Club. You know, here's this weird thing. I thought that no. No, Kimika's the science club. Which means it's different from the astronomy club. Mew is important. Mew's a very important girl because she's the only other character that straight up interacts with like Ayana. So we have to take note of Mew being the astronomy club.
ミウさん？そういえばそんな人もいたような。本当にユキはクラス。ユキ様は人の顔と名前を覚えられ…え？そうだっけ？高島さん、そう思ってるのはユキ様だけです。まあいいですけど。
This is like alluding to the fact that they've actually met so many times already, but you know, the way she said that, it was like she was saying that we met before. Actually, thinking back on it, she did say thank you for lending me another book, or something like that. Which could mean that we already knew each other. At least well enough to be lending each other books. I didn't remember that at all though. I mean, this Yuki. This is the new Yuki, I think.
ユキ、そういうの直した方がいいわよ。あんまり人を覚えない人は嫌われるよ。
New Yuki with like some memories. I don't know, because at the beginning of the, this chapter, there was like this little scene where you see Tomasane. So it's like, is this the old? I had that question yesterday. I was thinking, was this the old Yuki? I don't know, man. This could be a mix.
うん。とりあえずミュウに電話で頼んでみる。早ければ明日、遅くても明後日には屋上に上がれると思う。
Now try to recall that Mew is like friends with like Hasaki, because Mew is the one who lets Hasaki in the classroom. So, and chapter 5 does mention that they have each other's numbers.
じゃあ今日はそのマンションの屋上とやらに行ってみ…いいえ。ならば今日はユキ様の家に帰りましょう。
Want
今
to
日
try
は重
going
要
to
なお知らせがありますので。
the apartment? This is strange. What's the date today? What's the date today? July. What July is it? I actually can't remember when Zakuro committed suicide again. The exact date. Which July was it?
重要？そうだ。今日は重要なことがあるんだ。え？そうなの？
I wonder what they meant by something important. Whatever they were talking about, it felt like something was up. By the time we got home, the sun had set. Takashima-san and Tsukasa started making dinner right away. It looked like those two would be the ones making dinner tonight. I didn't think Tsukasa was good at cooking though. Putting that aside, what did they mean by something important? That was what I was worried about. But the two of them just started making dinner as if they had forgotten about it.
料理できたよ。っていうか早っ。というかこれ
Skipping a little bit. Skipping a little
料理
bit.
そう重大なお知らせ。とりあえず私簡易的ながらくじを作ってみました。くじ？そのくじでそれぞれの役割を決めるってことかな。でも天文観察におけるそれぞれの役割って何？いいえ、これは天文観測での役割ではありません。なら何の役割分担なの？そういえばゆうべ高島さんは分業の大切さを切実に語っていたけど、はい、やはり世界は支配するものと支配されるもの、上に立つ人間と下で働く人間に分かれます。
Yeah. Considering what she went through, she believes in that shit.
まあそれは大切だね。
Wait, is my Wi-Fi dead?
ってなんでそこで納得できるのよ。鏡さんの言う通り、杉の宮のそれと支配するものと支配されるものって何の関係が。それはね、王様を決めるってことだよ。はあ？
Oh, wait, are they doing the King's game right now? I thought it was later on. Shit.
はい、そういうことです。それじゃあ王様。
Something else was still bothering me.
あのさ、さっき高島さん。はい。それって。いいえ。ただの希望的観測ですよ。でもこれだけの人数で探すんですから、それほど遠い未来じゃないのかなって思ったまでです。
I can't say for sure. It's just another with this many people searching. It shouldn't take that long. That's what I was thinking. Huh? What's she talking about here?
そうなんだ。
Optimistic, huh? Well, okay, I guess. After all, it's not like the real beginning and end of To the Sky ever existed. Why did she think you could find something like that so easily? Where the girl of the sky meets the girl who is the world itself. The beginning of the sky and the end of the world. End of the sky. I couldn't even imagine a place like that existing. So, why was I helping Zakuro search for it?
とりあえず始めるよ。私一度こういうジャンクうちあと飲み物もたくさんありますよ。
What the heck? This was something important? Jeez, Tsukasa and Nakashima-san were...
王様誰だ。
You know what? I tried to think if there was like a very significant thing going on with like the King's game, but whatever.
ほら王様だ。そうだからまあ
Skipping.
王様だ。あ、鏡の命令が当たらないように。ユキ死刑。ほらユキがさあそうね。手ぬ王たるもの三国黙れ。そのようなの確かにそう言わなんだか恐ろしい和睦とは戦をやめ。もうでもさ、いつもユキはお姉ちゃんに文句ばかり。
Skipping ahead.
ユキの首をはねちゃー。そこはだから大好きだよ。三国志はいいよね。王様ゲームとか言ったらまず三国志だよね。
You're making me think that Hazuki is into the Three Kingdoms thing. I mean, we never learned a lot about Hazuki in the first place, so you know, maybe she really is into that stuff.
ユキ
Skipping.
は何も違うわ。つか王様はこんな量でよ。これお酒さーて 何がもなん
Skipping ahead.
つかさいやどうすりゃいいと言いますか。それそう王様の命令とあれば仕方あります。すみません。じゃあじゃあまずまた勇気それ周遊様大好き。まあいいや。あと2回。
Yeah, Zakura's gonna have a hard time with setups.
頑張っ
Skipping ahead a little.
いえ分かったわ。
I mean push-ups. She was doing push-ups.
私こそが神じゃん。それでは終わるまでし
Zakura is dying, bro. Push-ups.
ご心配なく。
Oh, she did sit-ups and push-ups. Oh yeah, she lost this twice.
ですね。つかささんは全裸で
Wait. We gotta censor this shit. They actually do get naked here. Skipping.
次のでも次の王に返り咲いたらもっと恥ずかしいこと命令するもん。ちゃんとやったよ。
Yep, one of those naked now. Shit, let's skip this shit.
恥ずかしく
Let's get to the next important thing. So both Kagami and Sasasa are naked right now.
ユキのバカもなかそっかそれではなわかりました。
So Zakura is also naked now.
終わりました。
Oh, wait, let me.
e エロゲそうだよ。世の中にはエロゲって言われる。やっただけで人格がでも
Okay, they're making a weird joke about erogays right now, considering this game is also an erogay, so it's not too important.
なん空気ってそうなだくそりゃみんなさっきも別にユキが嫌ならいいよ。わかった。
TLDR, Yuki eventually got to be chosen as king. They were thinking about punishment. It's about kissing or not. So we chose to kiss because that's the only way you could progress, I guess. I don't know. I never chose the other option, but I'm guessing the game will force you to do it anyway.
それでは何番ですか?
So now we are in the point where we choose the ending. Choosing the first and second one leads to an wonderful everyday ending, where first is like Kagami's, second is Tsukasa's. Basically 1 and 2 is basically Hasaki. That's so weird. But 3 is like choosing Zakura. So to get to the ending of down the rabbit hole 1, we choose 3. So we're choosing 3.
それじゃあ3番。私ですね。それでは
So if you choose any of the other endings, they would give like a kind of kiss that is so a French kiss that is so really passionate. While Zakuro just gives a kiss on the cheek. She's very respectful.
お、それでは。
And she calls it a night.
そうですね。まあ、確かに悪ふざけでちゃんとしたキスとかしていいもんじゃないからね。
I think it's fine now. I think it's fine. We only have one more scene left that is kinda we can't show in the stream, but after that it should be fine. Kagami started getting dressed too. I couldn't believe the King's game ended with everyone but me getting completely naked, but I was glad it didn't go any further than that. I was relieved with that, if nothing else. When I woke up, Kagami was standing in front of my bed, already wearing her uniform.
朝ですな。そうよ。朝よ。よくわかってるじゃない。昨日学校に行ったことですし、今日はお休みしてもいいような気もします。そんなわけあるか。たく、すぐ学校サボろうとして。いってらっしゃい。
I waved her goodbye and put on the best smile I could muster.
あんたも。え
？Skip
そん
it.
なことない。学校行もう釣れた初めて。
What's she talking about here?
いや、次はこのゆっくりで釣るぞ。本当に何の夢？それはそれとしてガガミさん、私の首が縛ってるんですけど。
That's so cute.
ああ、ごめん。ゆき、大げさじゃない。足に司という重りをつけたまま襟引っ張ら。まったく、そんなこと。何その間。プニプニだよ。油の
What's she talking about this?
ひだ。油がのあんたらいったった。まったくはいや。そっか。司を割る。冗談だよ。そんなことないよ。私はあんまり成績よく。そっか。わかった。ゆき。あん。こごみふん。ほっぺたひや。かがみさん。ああ、たか。はい。朝食だけじゃなくて。はい。せっかくお作り。それに。
Skipping on.
はいはい。とりあえず司さんもユキ様も着替えてくださいな。それじゃあ行ってくるね。うん。行ってれ。忘れ物はない？
Fucking you,
ハンカチ、
G-Man.
鼻紙持っ
Doesn't
て。
want us to go to school, bro.
車に気をつけるのよ。大丈夫だよ。お姉ちゃん、私はね、いつまでも子供じゃないんだよ。まあ、頑張ってね。ってあんたしつこい。冗談でも笑えないのよ。さあ、急ぎましょう。このままだと本当に遅刻してしまいますよ。
Alright, here we go. It wasn't very far. The school was just a few stations down the line in Suginomiya. I gazed at the same scenery as though through the glass of this window, our town. The scenery is just like any other. Okay, this is the thing I mentioned last night about, like, she was commenting about locations. Same things happen here as anywhere else. And the same sort of people live here as in any other city. Long, long before we were born, the city was called a new town. This city probably represented some kind of dream to the people who called it that. Of course, it's not such a bad city to live in. Even if I like the city. Old scenery. By this point, though, the cityscape is far from new. But maybe that makes it all the more fitting to call it a new town. Nowadays, we don't add new to the name of anything. That trend has long since passed. That's too old-fashioned. Here, the same scenery continues into the distance, just like anywhere else. the scenery continues forever without any change or variation.
何見てるの？ああ、いや、車窓からね、変わんないなーって思って見てただけ。
Yeah, taking a train ride in Japan kind of makes you think like that.
変わらない？ああ、うん。そう。なんか私たちが生まれる遥か以前から変わらないんだろうって。そんなことないでしょう。ほら、今見えてるビル、2年前にはなかったわよ。うん。ほら、あそこの家も新しくなってるし。うん。まあそうなんだけどね。
Scenery that never changes, day after day, but it actually did change, piece by piece. But despite that, it felt like it had to change at all. People once called this age scenery a new city. It was kind of scenery that was neither new nor old.
大丈夫だよ。さすがに今日すぐとかダメだと思うけど、数日後とかなら問題ないと思うよ。そう、ありがとうみゆ。何言ってるのよ。そんな大したことじゃないし。許可出そうよ、ユキ。
That was straight up Hasaki talking to Miyu. You know what? I had this weird suspicion regarding Miyu. But she's way more mysterious than Ayana. I don't know why. I'm really suspicious, but they don't say anything too much about her that you would start thinking too much about her or get a lead on what's her case, other than she shows up in Sky 2 and she talks to Ayana.
なのじゃないでしょ。夜の空で探し物するんでしょうが。おお、夏の大三角形か。水上さんが天体観測に興味あると思わなかったよ。
But you know, Miyu has a voice so similar with like Riru-chan. But it was already but I already confirmed that like Riru doesn't have the same voice as Miyu, but Riru has the same voice as Ayana. I don't know, no, based on the tweet I saw, but she really does sound like Riru-chan. So I don't know, because the credits never say who voiced Riru. So we don't know who voiced her actually, but someone mentioned online that she has the same voice that Riru has the same voice actress as Ayana. I would have been so happy if it was like Riru has the same VA as Mew, because that would really change a lot of things and put a lot of sense into like what was going on in like and Sky 2 when Mew shows up.
誰？このスカタン！ミユよ！なんであんたはクラスの女子の名前とか平気で忘れられるの？あ、いいよ。そんなに水上さんと話したことあるわけじゃないしさ。それよりなんかごめんね。部外者なのに天文部の特権使わせてもらって。問題ない。全然問題なし。
Yeah, she really does have the sound. You know what? I'm more inclined to believe that Mew has the same VA as Riru. I really need to check the source of like. She has unusually large eyes. Like, I get the art style of these people have like large eyes, but she has unusually large eyes. 確かに、そろそろ雨も減ってきて、夏の綺麗な空が見れる時期だからね。水上さんが天体観測したい気持ちもわかるよ。そうだね。There was no way I could tell her that we were looking for the place where the sky begins and ends. 確か夏の大三角見るんだよね。わかりやすい星だけど、これを持っていきなよ。これ？
星座早見表、そして方位磁石。これがあると正しい星の位置がわかるわよ。へえ、それどうやって使うの？まずこうやって方位磁石で見ている方角を確認してだね。こっちが北だからこう置いて、あとは方向に合わせて星座早見表を、こうやって時間と月日を合わせて、例えば今日は7月16日だから20時はこれで、これは赤字を基準にしてるから東京に場所を変更すると、こんな感じで今日の夜8時の夜空が出来上がるわけ。へえ、便利だね。これに望遠鏡があると楽しいよ。貸そうか？ああ、いいよ。そう、気が向いたら言ってくれたら出すよ。屈折望遠鏡なら扱いやすいし面白いんだよ。なんかいろいろとありがとうね。あ、大丈夫大丈夫。私も部活で顧問に相談してたところだったからさ。まあ試験も終わったし、これから夏に向けて空が綺麗だから OK。 ただ今日すぐってわけにはいかないけどね。
Why? Well, now we could look at the night sky from the school roof. That was a relief. Huh, what's up with tonight? Maybe I'm overthinking that there's something special about this particular date. I really don't remember. Classes that day ended without incident. Thursday's sky. A sky no different than the usual. Class came to an end as I was thinking about the sky.
何ボケっとしてるのよ。あ、鏡って話聞いてなかった？話？そう、今日は私とお姉ちゃんは部活、少し部活サボりすぎちゃって。後輩？横山くんの妹のやすこちゃんにたるんでますよって怒られちゃったよ。
By the way, in Suina Sora, Yasuko is actually a route girl. I mean, not a route girl, a POV character. So it's kind of cool that they mention Yasuko-chan. Apparently, what's happening nowadays, the ordering of how you should play Suina Sora remake is that you should go play Subahibi first, and after finishing Subahibi, you should go to the Suina Sora remake. But I have a feeling this is what actually is the order. Suina Sora, the original, Subahibi, then Suina Sora remake. Because they people who have finished the game mentioned that there are additional enough scenes, and they even explain who actually Ayana is. I already have an idea who she is, but yeah, that's the reason to play that game, the remake. I mean, but anyway, let's continue. 横山くん、本当にそうなんだ。そうなのかもね。男とかうざいのしかいないじゃん。誰と？あ、いや、なんでもない。とりあえずはいはい、じゃあね。先に帰ってね。か。I mean, I'm totally not surprised why Kagami went to like full-blown lengths for like Tomenisen, because she thinks other guys are like, no way. So the only guy she registers in her brain is like Tomasane. I got a feeling that wouldn't be so bad, but I packed up my stuff and headed up to the roof. Classes had ended and the sun was starting to set. Normally around this time, a cool breeze would start blowing through my usual spot. It would be nice to sit under the sky and read until it got dark. Here it is. The roof is my favorite place. There's a nice shady spot with a pleasant breeze, even in the middle of the summer. さてと、
何を読もうかな。
I'm the type to be reading a bunch of books at once. I can't just read one book at a time. I usually in the middle of about 10 books, but at worst, the number rises to about 20. So sometimes I forgot about the book I was reading in the middle of reading. I've unearthed plenty of books half a year later and rushed to read them from the beginning again. Let's see. This should be good. I laid back and stretched out.
うわーってあんたは
Otanashi. Hayana. Wait, I need to drink some water.
私は音無しあやな。お久しぶり。
It's my slipper. Alright, Tanashi Ayana is now back, baby. Alright, so the important thing to think about this is her mentioning it has been some time is her actually talking to literally me, the player.
音無しあやなさん、久しぶり。こんな場所で出会えると思わなかった。私こそこの屋上に私以外の人間がいるなんて思わなかった。ここは屋上なんだ。
I guess it was like, you know, the way she comes into the scene is like she just manifests randomly and well, he just realized, oh, I'm back in this thing again. Oh, I'm back in this thing. Oh, you're doing another playthrough of Subahibi again, aren't you? So this is why she's doing this. So this is the route.
なんだそりゃ。どう見ても屋上でしょ。そう。屋上って空が見える場所。空見えてるじゃん。And if you are not good directly, see a dead. I'll put you through into looking glass house. How would you like that?
Ayana's making a reference to some shit about Sakura.
Now, if you only added, kidding, and not talk so much, I'll tell you all my ideas about Looking Glass House. 何それ？読んでる本。え？本？私たちの頭の中は空よりも広い。ほら、二つを並べてごらん。私たちの頭の中はこの大空すらもやすやすと入れてしまう。
You know, the important thing about this line she's saying is that literally Yuki also says this line when they were in like the Hill of Sunflowers. So it's like she's just randomly making references
そして
or trying to make you
あなた
recall
までを
this thing.
私たちの頭は海よりも深い。ほら、二つの青と青を重ねてごらん。スポンジがバケツの水をすくうように、私たちの頭はちょうど神様と同じ重さ。
Okay, in case you want to think about what is going on. The brain is wider than the sky because the brain can imagine a lot of things more than what you can visually see, right? For what the side by side, the other one will include with ease and you beside. The brain is deeper than the sea. This is just a repetition of this thing. Yeah, this thing. For hold them blue to blue, the other will absorb, which is what the brain does, as much as the buckets do, which is what the brain does. The brain is just the way of God. Well, how one perceives the concept of God is, after all, it's just almost as good as what your brain can do, you know?
ほら、二つを正確に測ってごらん。違うとすればそれは
If they
言
do.
葉と音の違いほど。
That's a syllable for sound.
でもさっきの英文は違うよね。さっきの英文は鏡の国のアリス。
Okay.
今のは
I am pointed at the book I was holding. A poetry anthology. The author was Emily Dickinson. She wrote anonymously during her life, leaving behind over 1,700 poems. By the way, it's said that the poem Ayana quoted was written around the year 1862.
よく知ってるね。ディキンソンなんか。あなたはその詩が好き？うん、まあ好きだけど。そう。
Because the real, the Yuki from the Hill of Sunflowers literally also mentions this line. So it's like, it's like when in chapter, I think it was chapter 5, when Yuki-san talks to Sakura about the book she really likes or something. Was it Sakura or was it the other way around? Anyway, it was around no, other way around. So when Thomas-san was talking to Sakura about what she thought was the book that Yuki really likes reading, which is Cyrano de Bergerac, and Thomas-san was like, "Oh, I see what's going on. I can totally see what's going on." Actually, I don't remember which is which, but either of the two people was responding to like why Yuki really loved. I think it's Yuki. Yuki was the one who was reading that, or whoever it was who really. I think it's Yuki because Tomasane was like, yeah, it was Tomasane. It was Tomasane who was like commenting about like, oh, Yuki likes reading that. I see what's going on. Anyway, she's the one who asked about it. Jeez, putting that aside.
綾菜さん？はい。そんな場所に立ってるとパンツが見えるよ。 そう。いや、同性といえどもあまりにもはしたないんじゃないかな。そうなんだ。わかった。
Yet she wasn't about to move. She didn't understand at all. Maybe it's just me overthinking there's something about her. Just letting it all out.
それより、なんでこんな時間にこんな場所にいるの？見に来た。何を？空？世界すべて。この屋上の縁に立って見える風景。君はどう思う？どうも何も。ただ街が見えるなーって。街が見える。ここが屋上だから。空が見えて、見えるのは空と街。その先にある街は見えない。まあそうだよね。その先は見えない。
This is very amusing.
何が言いたいのかな。いつか聞いてみたい。もし君がここから見える風景の先、そしてさらに先、そしてさらに先。音無彩菜さんって。
I wonder if she was talking about the same stuff as Takashima-san. I wasn't really sure what she was talking about, but it was probably some religious thing or some kind of pretentious wordplay.
私を変な人と思った。
Of course, Ayana can read her mind.
まあわりかし。でも普通そんなこと言われたら。空が速くなった。
What's she talking about when she says the sky got faster?
空が
The sky had been blue until just the sky had been blue until just now. But before I knew it, the sky had dyed the world with shades of red. Watanashi-san said it had gotten faster, and to me too, it really did look like it was being fast forwarded for a moment there. But that was probably just my memory being faulty. If you remember how like how the personalities interact, it's totally possible that someone else resurfaced at that time, or it's totally literally just quote unquote the world just changing fast. I mean, I don't know. There's no proof about the other, but the it's totally there's no proof about like the another personality resurfacing surfacing at the moment. But I'm just aware that happens, and that happens when one of the personalities experiences that phenomenon. It usually means like that. But when Yuki's memory is being faulty, it means someone else is controlling the body. But there is other references about like someone else suddenly controlling Yuki's Tomasana's body at that point. Anyway, since there's no way that could have happened.
本当だ。もうかなり日が陰り始めてたんだ。もう夕方。もう本読めないか。暗すぎて。だからあっち見るといいかも。あっち？
While saying that, Watanashi-san pointed at building C.
あれって高島さん？ぬいぐるみを落とそうとしている。でもまだ夏の大三角出てないのに。
I would guess she was getting ready for like the end sky thing.
夏の大三角？あの儀式は空に返す場所を探す儀式だって聞いてて、夏の大三角がなきゃダメだって。
I can imagine Ayano's like, What's she going on about?
そう聞いてるんだ。
Yeah, it could be a totally different phenomenon, but I was like, oh, I get what she's referring
う
to.
ん、そう聞いてるけど、違うの？そう聞いてるならそれで正解だと思う。何それ？あ、
Stuffed toy fell from Takashima's hand, released into the air. For a second, I thought it would fly up, but then it started dropping, accelerating, disappearing toward the
な
ground.
んでこの時間にシートから。2012年7月16日17時58分。
Was that the day when Zakuro committed suicide? Let me actually check. Let me actually check. Wait, wait. We should be asking July 16. I was overreading something. No, 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 no. July 12th is the okay. I'm up to July 16th of my it's my own version. I have no idea what the No, July 12th is the date where she commits suicide. What's July 16 then? I ended up following like a bot in Twitter about I I'm not actually sure. I'm not actually sure. I couldn't find like a reference that talks about like July 16. I really don't remember what happened during July 16 And I don't remember what happens in July 16 on the other chapters. But anyway, let's continue from here. Not- But July 12th is the date when Zachary commits suicide. July 16 is something else. Let's see. Takuchi doesn't go insane the following day, which is July 13th.
え、何突然。
Anyway,
高島ザクロさんが屋上から人形を落とした時間。そうなんだ。
what's all this? I suppose it's true that today the summer triangle was supposed to rise in the eastern sky at around this time. But you still couldn't see it because of the bright light of the sun. Why did she drop it so early?
この世界ではない場所。この魂でない場所で、あの行為は反映されてる。
Place that is not of this world, in a place that is not of this soul. That act is being reflected. Oh.
え？この世界ではない場所？この魂ではない場所？
Well, if we're talking about the dreamer
何それ？
thing about like the current role they have. So this is referring to the soul of the dreamer. Place that is not of this world. Hmm.
この世界では必要がないとしても、多分他の世界では必要なこと。この行為は違う2012年7月16日の17時58分に反映される一つの魂が無限の魂の中で見る一つの風景となる。
Yeah, something about July 16. Let me try again. Oh, I just found out the guy who the mangaka of like Kaguya-sama worked on the backgrounds. Shit, I'm still looking for like
屋上からの転落と
Anyway,
いう
let's
風
continue.
景に。あのさ、もしかして綾菜さん、高島さんがやってることとか、あの町の伝承とか全部知ってるの？町の伝承？あのさ、この世界には世界そのものの少女がいて、それが空の少女に会うってやつ。世界そのものの少女。知ってるんだよね？さあ。ただ私が知ってるのは。知っているのは？ほら、二つを並べてごらん。私たちの頭の中は、この大空すらもやすやすと入れてしまう。それ単にディキンソンの詩だし。そう。
That's right. What did that meant? As Tanashi-san spoke, I turned to Building C again. Takashima-san wasn't there. Let me think about this a little bit. Singular soul lies within an infinite sea of souls, even as it looks upon a singular scene. The sea we call falling off the roof. Who falls off the roof at around that time? The teacher? Yeah, I think it's the teacher who dies at this time. Because timeline events is like yeah, July 12 is when Zachary jumps off. 13, I think it's around 14 or 15 that Takuji goes mental. So 15 or 16, yeah, I guess 16 is the 16 is the date when the teacher jumps off, I think. You know what? It's better if I load a video. You know what? I'll load a video. Cause I don't know why this 16 is really hitting on me right now. We're gonna load someone's playlist.
どうしたの？いや。
Let's see. Still looking, still looking, and still looking. I'm still looking. Looking at someone's playthrough. Okay, this is it. Okay, so the day of the suicide was also the same as the day as. Let's see. Let's try to jump
これ
around.
に遅刻です。
Okay, so we go back.
差し始めない。
Yeah, July 16. Okay, so July 16 is the date when the teacher does commit suicide. Okay, got it. Sorry. So July 16 is the day when the teacher commits suicide, and that's what that that's the act that gets everyone like, you know, singular soul lies within the infinity of souls, even as it looks about a singular scene. A scene we call falling off the roof. Or put them side by side, the one will include with ease, and you beside.
高島さんがいないけど。大丈夫。そのまま階段で降りていったから。そうなんだ。そう。普通に降りていった。
The normal way. For some reason, I couldn't comprehend. Her words actually scared me because it wasn't meant for Yuki, it was meant for us, the audience. I didn't understand the purpose behind it, but my gut told me that the act of dropping the doll was actually a terrifying, dreadful sort of ritual. I was thinking if each time she dropped a doll, it was actually someone. She was representing someone who committed suicide or something. But yeah, anyway, probably not. Just coincidental.
そうですか。ありがとうございます。さすがお姉ちゃんだね。
Okay.
って司もじゃないの。うん。この町に伝わる伝承。それで。
Moving a little bit ahead.
うん。それで。問題ありませんよ。
Oh shit! We can't show that shit. Can't show that shit. This was uncensored. I think this is the last thing we can't show with the stream, and from here on, then I think we're totally fine. Okay, so Yuki was a bit thinking about what Ayana said. Takashima-san was acting perfectly normal. I wanted to ask about what happened today, but for some reason I couldn't. Let's show this. That scene I've seen before of her dropping the stuffed toy from the rooftop. That was a method of finding disguise beginning and end. That's what I heard. But for some reason I began to feel uneasy about it. So I think I mentioned this last night at the beginning of the stream that that well there's also Bert, but Bert the disadvantage of Bert is you don't have like memory about it or what precedes it. But on the moment of that it'd be the closest you could get into like finding the edge of one's world, which is also when people try to talk about the skies beginning and end. So, talking about this stuff is like invoking the idea of near death experiences. If you want to think about it in terms of the Shizo experience of Zakuro, you could talk about it as like the spiral Matai thing, you know? Anyway, we're gonna go back to sensors because this kind of leads into stuff I can't show in the stream. I'm not sure why either. The girl who is the world itself and the girl of the sky. I wonder what those words meant.
お待たせいたしました。
Okay,
ミキ様。
I really can't show this shit. And double checking. Okay, I'm fine. I'm censored, right?
えちょっと
Okay, let me skip through this. This is another callback to
今日は手
Hasaki stripping out her swimsuit in chapter 5.
何何ならはいはいじゃあ
The reason why they're so up and bothered about like washing the front is because, you know, I think they're still aware the actual body is Tomasane, you know.
何おかしくなんかないからねそう
Okay, we're still like
ダメですそうですか
okay. Sorry, I was taking time to understand the events.
優しくするから
Yo, Sagasa enters. Also naked.
でもみんなお風呂に入おっとみあとな
Wait, I'm reading weird shit right now.
悪ふざけが過ぎる全員出ていけ
I like how the scene ends in the same manner as how Tomasane ended the scene. all right, here we go. We're back to stuff I can show. This is we're close to the end sky. We're close to this shit, man. Anyway, let's continue. It was Saturday afternoon. For some reason, I was riding the train. Let's ride this train to the last stop. It kind of felt like Takashima-san forced me into this.
そういえばこの電車って終点どこなのそうなんだ行ったことあるもないもそんなことすら何も知らなかったよ
So it's not gonna mention about the amusement park. Because in the original timeline, Yuki's quote-unquote Yuki had a date with Sakura.
そうですか
For a moment, her voice sounded kind of sad. I mean, she was trying to evoke like the memories of their date in the original timeline. Did I say something wrong?
あのさ高島さんは行ったことあるの私は一度だけ来たことがありますへえ親御さんとかいいえ一番好きだった人とです
Also known as Yuki.
それ初耳高島さん好きな人いたの
Also known as you.
はいいましたよ
Was. That's a kind of weird way to say it. Then what are you doing right now?
いましたよってなんで過去形なの私が知っているその人はもう姿形すら変わってしまったから
Okay. Maybe this is the actual world where the personalities do actually manifest, because she does mention about their face, so you know. I know the story kind of goes like in a surreal manner that sometimes they're poking at the fact that the body might actually be a dude's, but then she mentions everything I know about that person I knew, even their face has changed. Because everything about the person I knew is like gaining an understanding about like the situation of Tomasane slash Mamiya Takashi slash, you know, Yuki. But here, even their face is like kind of telling me, yeah, no.
姿形が変わったはいだから大好きだったその方はもうこの世界にはいません
I wonder wonder if she's referring to Takuji here. I mean, the Takuji that she believed it to be. But here she is well aware that Yuki is like the person she was interacting. I don't know. It's so weird.
それって
Maybe it was an accident or sickness or something.
なんかもしかして悪いこと聞いちゃったかな。いいえ、全然お構いなく。ユキ様は何も悪くないのですから。それより
Nakashima-san pointed her finger out the window.
この線路の最後の駅が見えてきましたよ。ほら、遊園地ですよ。あれ。
The last stop was right in front of the amusement park. I've been riding this train for years, but I never noticed that it stopped there. It was the last stop, so I saw amusement park bound every time I rode this train, but I probably didn't care. The doors opened at the last station. People got up much more slowly than they would at any other stop. The doors stayed open for a long time at the last stop. There was no need to rush like when you're trying to get up at one of the intermediate stops. At the amusement park station, everyone left slowly, idling nearby. Next stop, a land of wonder. Though this land of wonder was old and faded. The people were all laughing as they stepped into the cheap wonderland.
おりませんか。そのために連れてきたんでしょ。はい、そうですね。でもここは単に私の思い出の場所であって、ユキ様には関係ない場所ですし、このまま U ターンして家に帰ってもいいですよ。
Wait, I'm starting to get hungry, and I'm way too it takes like an hour or more just to cook the thing I was thinking about cooking, so I'm just gonna order steakhouse. Give me a second. Give me a second. I need to order up something. I need to order some food. It's 8:30. Wait. Ah! I pressed the wrong thing! Alright, let's go back a little bit. About to order. I was about to alt tab. I'm really sorry. I fucked that up. Wait, let me order it. Just order pickup. It's right in front of my apartment, so in the sealed pickup. Oh, I do have Uber Cash. I might as well do it. Yeah, I'll be right back. I kind of fucked that up. I accidentally skipped. I accidentally pressed fast forward, which is a pain in the ass. The Oh, okay. That would explanation why I have no problem with trying to access the place I was trying to order food from. It literally just closed. Hell. Wait, let me search something. This is interesting. It's a spot I never tried before. Ooh, tempting to get ramen. Ramen might be good. Tempted, but not tonight. Thai noodles would be also good. Sangria. Green food also is good. I know lots of good something I would like to anyway. About the Thai place, but I can't remember the name. Dum dum. It looks like you can order from that. Nice. Right. Sorry, took so much time. I was thinking about Thai. Anyway, where were we? So I ended up skipping some dialogue. Fuck. All right. Let's see. Sakura, shouldn't we get off here too? Yeah, Yuki. That's why you brought me here, isn't it? Yes, that's right. But it's just a place where I have a lot of memories. It probably doesn't mean anything to you, so I don't mind if you would rather go home. Yuki, there's no point going home now. Yeah, for Sakura, well, this is where she took her date with like who she thinks is Toma. Yeah, that's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Tomasane slash Yuki. I don't know. Really, just being with you like this is meaningful enough for me. There you go again. You shouldn't make those jokes so casually. Yeah, for Sakura that kind of hurts because she's aware of the circumstances. So shouldn't I make those jokes because Tsukasa-san and Kagami-san are straight? Yeah, pretty much. But it's a bit unsettling that we call them jokes, Yuki-sama. Oh no, sorry. It was Sakura who was like, it's Yuki that was like, yeah, it's so weird, for Yuki. I really do enjoy spending time alone with you, Yuki, even though we can't get away from those two very often. Yeah, Hasaki wouldn't be happy about this. Then go on some rides here at the amusement park to play along as a joke. But that's the plan. Thank you. Well, then let's go. Okay, we walk around together. Our shoes second off the hard concrete.
Kakigori なんて食べるの何年ぶりだろう。
Kakigori, and summer is like kind of far off from right now. I don't want to get the ice outside though.
美味しいですか？うん。単なる氷のくせに美味しいね。無理やりこんな場所に付き合わせてしまったのに。いや、おごってもらっちゃって申し訳ないって感じだよ。はい。ユキ様ならそう言ってくださるのは分かってました。そんなことないよ。そうですか？その言い方がすでに優しいと思いますけど。なんでそうなるかな。それにしてもさ、結構人がたくさんいるんだね。こんなしょぼい遊園地なのに。今時のこういう場所って大体赤字だって聞いてるけど。それだけこの遊園地が素晴らしいということなんですよ。そうかもしれないね。
There was a fake castle, mannequins were rusted. The whole place was a bunch of silly dreams, all thrown haphazardly together. It was a world where various dreams were put together without any unifying theme or logic. This is ironic considering what happens next. This is like, this is priming up the brain about the dream idea that's going on right now. People laugh and play in such a cheap world. Happy people. As I walk among those people, I felt like I had turned into a ghost. I felt a strange sensation, as if my feet weren't actually touching the ground. As if a dream had become real. Oh my god.
今日は私のおごりです。だからいろいろと楽しんでいきましょうよ。
Unless this is actually the Yuki the soul meeting up with Sakura the soul. That strange feeling was dispelled by Takashima-san's smile. I heard a smile surrounded me, gathered here in this cheap world. I was safe from the feeling of floating by the person at my side.
でも、おごらなくていいよ。せっかくだし、いろいろ楽しもうよ。私も遊園地なんて子供の時以来だし。そうですね。ユキ様は子供の時以来でしたものね。あ、そうだ、ユキ様。何？今日のこれってデートって言っていいですか？え？別にいいけど、なんで？あ、いえ、私の記念なんで。記念？明日19日ですよね。
Oh, it's before the end sky.
うん、そうだけど、それがどうしたの？天文観測19日になりました。明日の夜空で空の終わりと始まりを探します。うん、そうなるね。見つかる？はい。でも見つかったら多分次の日。それってどういう意味？
Does she mean that she was the world girl? I thought she was going to return to the sky on the 19th. But if she tried to do that...
あのさ、高島さん。
No, Yuki is the world girl.
何ですか？私が19日に牧場から空に飛び降りると思いましたか？
You know what? I'm starting to believe that this situation is like an afterlife situation, like a purgatory of sorts. Yeah, there's the ghost interpretation. The chapter 7 kind of hinted about ghosts and all that sort of thing. So this is the Zakuro who has, like, you know, the soul of Zakuro, and this is, like, you know, soul of Yuki.
いや、なんていうか。
I don't know, maybe.
大丈夫ですよ。そんなことしませんから。冗談ですよ。冗談。別に20日以後にも一緒にいられないなんてないです。そうなんだ。驚かせないでよ。ごめんなさい。なんかこの前。この前？
Those words tumbled around my mouth, almost by accident. I hesitated, not knowing if I should finish the sentence, but I had to ask her about it.
学校でぬいぐるみ落としてたの見てたんだよ。あの儀式は夏の大三角形が出てる時に行うって聞いてたから。2012年7月16日。
Yeah, that's the date when their teacher committed suicide. Why did she remember the exact time? That was the same time that Ayana said it was. The time was so accurate down to the minute. Maybe there was some meaning in the exact time she did.
うん、その時間。学校のシートからぬいぐるみ落としてたよね。あれ見てたんですね。なんか見たらまずかった？でも、なんであの時間にぬいぐるみを落としてたの？あれって空を見つけるための方法じゃなかったの？
It doesn't really matter. I was just dropping the doll.
はい、そうですよ。でもあの時は、その目印になるはずの夏の大三角は出てなかった。
No, it's a commemoration of a totally different event that involves someone jumping off as well.
出てませんでしたね。ならなんであの時間にぬいぐるみを。境界線とでも言えばいいんですかね。
Borderline.
境界線？はい。綾菜さんが他の世界に影響を与えるためとか言ってたけど。音なし。
Ayana.
綾菜。
Takashima-san's expression suddenly disappeared.
どうしたの？音なし綾菜ですか。あれはこんな場所までも存在できるのですね。
Yeah, this is the Zakuro that got off like the what do you call this? Got off from the yeah, because remember she hated Ayana as well. I think I had to remember the exchange, but I remember she wasn't particularly happy about their exchange.
こんな場所までも存在？でも当然か。今ならわかる。私でもなんであれがここにも存在することができるかが。
Yeah, because she's not like your. She's not she's not human, basically. I was getting goosebumps for some reason. Why the heck was this conversation? The heck was this conversation we were having? I've been preparing for a while now. It was a cold sweat. Takashima-san's expression was dead. I've never seen a space like that. Why would her expression change like that when we were talking about Ayana? Yeah. There's no escaping Ayana, man. There's no escaping.
でも、音なしさん。今考えると優しい部分もあったのかもしれない。
Oh, there you go. This is her thinking about, like, maybe Ayana was alright. Because I remember she was quite antagonistic with Ayana, but this is her now. She's like, Even if she comes, even if she shows up in the most fucked up kind of timing, she was okay. And when you think about it, she really was like when she was talking to Takuji, she kept, showing up to Takuji, giving him like a moment to like think about what you're doing. You know, if you go proceed further, this is the point of no return, or like, you know, you already messed up. I'm just gonna say this shit. And when he talks to Tomasane, like chapter 7-ish. No, chapter 5, at near end of chapter 5. They talk about a lot of topics. She also helped out distract Takuji while Tomasane went and fought his master. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, when I think about Ayana, nah, she was like, I don't know, man. There's a lot of mystery surrounding Ayana. I don't know if like the Suinosaur interpretation of Ayana is also the same as this Ayana, but you know, um, I don't know, depends on how you view her. Okay.
私が選択した運命。それはもう変えられない。
Fate of chosen can't be changed now, so I guess that's her trying to coming to terms that, you know what, I died. I'm dead.
偶然であるか必然であるかなんか人に正しく判別などできない。何それ。おとなしさんが最後に私に言った言葉。
You know what? Let me actually load that shit up. You know what? Let me load that shit up. Let's see. I like how I like how the video I like the video series I'm looking at calls Jabberwocky as the answer arc, which is kind of appropriate if you did the Umineko, if you played the Umineko. It's because the magical girls Suicide Squad kind of fit into her mind that let's see if we can share this shit. Yeah, I'll share this shit. I'm too lazy to deal with like. Okay, so for now, we're just gonna turn off the music, and I'm gonna share the window. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch that scene. as because you're mostly kind of watching this.
私たちの邪魔をしてくるの。スパイラルマタイを邪魔するつもりでしょ。
Yeah, she was also antagonistic.
選択した運命、それはもう変えられない。当たり前よ。あなたみたいに邪悪なものに邪魔なんてさせないわ。邪魔なんかしない。なんであれ、偶然であるか必然であるかなんか、人に正しく判別などできない。すべての白鳥は白い。それは真理であった。一羽の黒い白鳥が見つかるまで。ブラックスワン、たった一つの事実がそれまで強固であった定理を覆すことだってある。日没のたびに太陽が死に絶えると考える部族。彼らは毎日欠かさずに日没のたびに祈りを捧げる。新たなる太陽、日の出のために。誰も彼らが祈っているから朝が来ることを否定できない。彼らがその行いを続ける限り。だから高島さんが見つけた回答は誰も否定できない。そうやってわけのわからないこと言っても無駄なんだから。そう。でも一つ言いたいことがある。何？頑張ってね、スパイラルマタイ。うるさい！あなたなんかに言われたくない！
Okay, so that was the last time they spoke. Oh, we're not gonna talk about that. I guess the way I interpret this conversation, whether it is inevitable or just coincidence, is a distinction that humans can make. I guess that's her thinking about like the lead up of events to her suicide. Because you know, the thing that happened to her, then coincidentally people her rapist died, and a lot of things were happening in a manner that kind of fits her mental she tried to her mental state wasn't the best at that time, and she was looking for like the best things to fit her own narrative, and you know she really felt freaking bad. I mean, come on, that was one of the worst things a person can experience, and she wanted to get out of the rut, and she was to the point that she was willing to believe in like some two girls who was trying the best to cope with their awful situation by saying they are magical girls from a different dimension, and the only way they could cleanse themselves, putting themselves in a near death situation, and considering what happened there, she ended up jumping off because she felt like by doing the spiral matai anyway, her powers will come back anyway. But since we know that is pure delusion, she just died. So for her, it's like, yeah. I guess she's starting to own up to her decisions at that time.
最後。ごめんなさい。
Yeah. So this is straight up a clue in that this Zakuro is someone who already died. She's already dead. She's a Zakuro who's already dead.
ですね、彼女と喧嘩してまして、それがお別れの言葉だったってことです。
Yeah, this is the world. You could I could think of this world as like a, like a lucid dream, but a lucid dream slash purgatory where the actual person is conversing with the soul of Sakura.
そうなんだ。
So Takashima-san and Otanashi-san knew each other. Now that I thought about it, they did both kind of fit into the mysterious girl mold.
高島さん、綾菜さんと喧嘩してたんだ。そうですね。だからあまり深く考えないでください。今の言葉も、あとあのぬいぐるみのことも、あの時間にぬいぐるみをシートから落としたのは単なる練習ですから。
Practice for what?
練習？はい。だって最近ぬいぐるみを屋上から落としていなかったので、腕がなまっているのではないかなと心配になりまして。
Was she thinking of jumping off as well? Maybe the delusion. Okay, later. We still have to see. Because I was thinking about the rooftop situation later, but we'll talk about it.
ああいうのって腕がなまったりするの？はい。わりかし難しいのですよ。空に浮くように投げなければならないのですから。でも浮いたことなんてないんじゃない？ありませんよ。だったら練習って。浮かないのは空が違うからです。やり方さえ間違わなければ、正しい空ではぬいぐるみは浮きます。でもやり方を間違っていたら、正しい空の下でもぬいぐるみを浮かすことはできません。
I wonder if she saw like the wonderful everyday and Hill of Sunflowers ending, and she thought to herself, "How the hell did Takaji write that bullshit? You know what? I gotta learn how to do that stuff too."
そしたら終わりと始まりの空を見つけることはできません。
If you can't draw it correctly, it won't leave it in the red zone.
そういうもんなんだ。
I guess for all these mysterious people, it must be a pain following all these mysterious rules.
それにしても
Takashima-san's face suddenly softened. When she looked at me and the smile had returned to her lips.
どうしたの？あんなに緊張してたあの頃と全然違う。とても落ち着いている。そしてとても緩やかに幸せな時間を過ごせている。それって前にこの遊園地に来た人との話？はい。それ比較対象にならないでしょう。その緊張してたってのは高島さんの好きな人だったんだから。でもユキ様のことだって好きですよ。
I mean, that was actually the same person.
だからそれは好き違いでしょ。ラブとライクのさ。それなら前好きだった人もラブですし、ユキ様もラブですよ。
They're the same person, so to speak. Now she's saying it too. Jeez.
どっちにしても同性の私にそんな緊張とかするわけないでしょうが。まあそんなことどうでもいいじゃないですか。もっとこの夢の世界で楽しみましょうよ。夢の世界ね。なんてチープな。夢はチープだからこそいいんですよ。チープではない夢なんて夢じゃありません。ほら、あれとかどうですか？あれ？はい、面白そうですよ。あのアトラクション。
Of all the talks about like dreams, I mean, this statement is true, but I'm thinking about like this also has like a second meaning. Anyway, I don't want to go through thinking about this right now. It's a soft idea, but it's not like something. Probably nothing.
幽霊部屋、対の空。
Oh, here we go. Selena Star.
変な名前ですね。終わりの空と書いて対の空と呼ばせるのですね。なんだろう、幽霊部屋って書いてあるから、なんかパニックもののアトラクションかな。さあ、よくわかりませんけど、珍しい見せ物じゃありませんか？そうだね、見てみようか。はい。
Alright. Here we go. The good shit's up. The good shit is out. The building had a bizarre structure. That was the one thing that made me uncomfortable. Other than that, it looked like an ordinary attraction. It was one of those attractions that where you could ride around in a gondola. I couldn't tell if the rails were rusted or what, but they were making an unpleasant noise. We sat on the gondola and looked at various worlds that passed us by, each of which had been neatly demarcated from the last. At first, we were surrounded by never-ending darkness. It felt like we were rising and falling, or even moved from side to side sometimes, but we couldn't really tell for sure what was happening in the dark.
これって何？
Wait, give me a second. Let me check something else.
何これ？コンビニの店内？もしかして間違えた？
Interesting. Oops. And it's skipping a lot of things. I should use space bar. Alright. What is this? What the heck? Are we in a convenience store? Did we go the wrong way? That can't be it. Why would anyone come to a convenience store on a creepy gondola like this? Besides, there aren't any customers or employees. There really isn't anyone here. It's kind of scary how dark it is too. If something popped out right now, it might actually scare me. The gondola slowly passed through the deserted store. I was expecting someone dressed up like a ghost to pop out at any moment, but nothing happened. Yeah, I got to think of it. It's much more eerie to look at like something, you know, like a very mundane location that looks like it had a lot of people, and suddenly it disappeared. This is as equally eerie as like. No, this is much more. This is. I actually find it much more scary than like finding like a ghost, a monster, or something dangerous. Because you know there's something there, but here it's like, you know, places you know, places you're used to. Suddenly it's all out. Leave. The thin layer of dust on all the shelves was a bit eerie.
一つくらいお菓子もらってこうかな。ダメですよ、そんなの。ご自由にお取りくださいなんてどこにも書いてありませんよ。でも防犯カメラの電源入ってないよ。そういう問題では。
Yeah, where's your morals? Grab a bag of potato chips from a nearby shelf. The expiration date was July 20th, 1999, which is the date for Suinosora. So, yeah, I guess the way to look at it is you play the original Suinosora, then you play this game, then you play the Suinosora remake.
何このヴィンテージ。
Vintage.
諦めましょ
It was starting to make sense. The scenery didn't just look old, it really was old. What the heck was the designer thinking when he made this ride? A deserted store, it definitely was creepy, but as an attraction in an amusement park, it was kind of lacking. The rusted rails squeaked as the gondola turned toward the door behind the register. I looked at the register. Something was scribbled on the piece of paper there. Just one sentence. Title of this piece: Convenience Store End. Huh. That's interesting.
作品コンビニ終わり。これってどういうこと？
I have my own interpretation of this, but let's try to go through more examples.
さあ、コンビニの終わりってことじゃないですか？コンビニの終わりね。何それって社会派みたいな感じ？さあ、難しいことはよくわかりません。
The gondola skirted the wall and entered the staircase. We watched the convenience store recede below us as we ascended. Yeah, I need a second example, then I will discuss my idea about this. The gondola went up the endless stairs. I was a bit surprised that it could go up the steps. It was quite an agile machine.
長い階段ですね。なんだかね、延々と階段だね。あ、突き当たりが見えました。
The staircase that we thought I was about to end doubled back at the opposite direction after we passed by that.
この建物ってそんな大きかったっけ？いいえ、外からはそんなに大きくは見えませんでしたけど。何？なんか真っ暗です。なんだこれって。なんかゴンドラ、エレベーターに乗ってますね。なんだこのアトラクションは。なんかマンションみたいな場所に出ましたよ。
I still really love the Japanese word for apartment building is mansion.
マンションね。
Mansion, eh?
あ、ゴンドラがまた動き出しました。
You know, like, it totally feels like as if I was living the high life right now. Anyway. It moved steadily through the concrete hallway. That was a barren, lightless hallway, and there was no telling where it would lead.
あのさ、ここって廊下だよね。はい、確か。
Wait, give me a second. Just heard the doorbell.
「マンションの廊下の窓ってカーテンしてたっけ？
So, you know, no one exposes what's wrong, what's up with this ride. The windows of a once modern hallway had at some point changed into the decrepit windows of a condemned apartment. I had thought we were still in the hallway. Maybe the gondola turned into one of the rooms without either of us noticing.
これって部屋ですよね。すごい古臭いね。あ、 これってリビングっていうのかな。かなり昭和っぽいですね。
There was an engraving plate on the table. The title of this piece, Living Room N.
何これ、もしかして本当に社会批判みたいなアトラクションなのかな。一家団らんの習慣がなくなりつつあることへのお父さんの危惧を表してみましたみたいな感じですか。
The sound of grinding rust filled the room as the gondola advanced forward. This entire scene felt kind of surreal, or rather, downright eerie. Okay, so this is the second example. So you have the convenience store end, and living room end, and they are things. They're common things that a lot of people see. If you notice that every time they read the title of the place, each character would at least give some comment about like their interpretation. For example, Yuki can view this place as, you know, some sort of criticism of modern culture. Zakuro was talking about the father's fear that the tight-knit unit family is falling apart. The same can be said about like the convenience store, and Yuki thought of like this is a criticism of something, but Sakura dismisses it or rejects it as probably something much more simpler. Now, these are examples, and if you try to get like an idea of like the general things about them, which is every blank, some X, then sky, some N and X, like convenience store N, living room N. You could also say N sky. You know, I guess a person would have their own, like, they're all things that like people commonly see, at least if you were a Japanese person. Same with the sky, but put place on a much more grander scale. But each person has their own interpretation of what happens if they see that something end. Anyway, the calendar and clock were both stopped at the same point.
また1999年7月。
What was made with that date? Must have been the date that when this attraction was made. I wonder if this is like a little bit like there's a meta commentary regarding about like Suinosaura, the original Suinosaura, and basically a lot of people came out of playing that game and still having their own interpretations, thinking about what the hell the end sky is. But I don't know, I never played the original, but I have like a copy because I have like a digital copy of the 10th anniversary edition. Hence, I was able to play Suinosaura remake, which I don't know when I'm gonna continue, but I should continue that soon. Anyway, we left the living room and emerged into another staircase. Except this time, it was a small set of stairs like someone's house. It was really creepy.
で、階段降りたら即教室って。
So this is another mundane location. Normally mundane, at least.
リビングは教室につながっていたんですね。でもこれが本当だったら遅刻しなくて済みそうですよね。でも逆に先生とか普通にリビングまでやってきてさ、宿題やってますかとか聞かれたりしてね。
That would be annoying, to be honest. I'm a little hungry. At least eat some soup, right?
確かにそれは嫌かもしれませんね。
I see. A plate was set on the podium. Title of this piece: End of the Classroom. Convenience store, a living room, and then a classroom. I see. So the designer was trying to bring out the feeling of unease. There was no one in all these places where the people should be, and the writers feel like intruders for being in places where they should be. So knowing what happens next, this is important, I guess.
なるほど。幽霊部屋ってそういうことか。
どういうことですか？
すべての部屋が人が生活することによって成立する場所。その生活がそのまま抜け落ちた空間をこのへんてこなゴンドラで見ていく。切り離された人の生活、それを俯瞰したかのように見つめる視線。そう、私たちこそが幽霊役なんだと思う。
では幽霊は出てこないんですか？
I mean, in this context, they are the ghosts.
おそらくそんな無粋な真似はしないんじゃない？
Totally fine.
幽霊が出てきたら私たちはただの人間になってしまうわけなんだから。
The gondola left the classroom and went out into the hallway. Just how big was this building?
長いアトラクションですね。
うん。ただ誰もいない風景見せてるだけなんだけど、これだけ広いと不気味で怖いな。
The gondola kept moving through the hallway. The rust was causing a high-pitched winds. The gondola advanced past the classroom and
止
stopped.
まっちゃいましたよ。
うん。
A bell rang behind us as the door closed. The gondola rotated around and
また知らない間にエレベーターの中だね。
はい。すごい大きな建物ですね。
the title of this piece, The Final Abode.
病院を対の住みかって趣味悪いな。
Well, this one's straightforward because some people actually die here. I think this one's much more connected to like the Yuki here.
対の住みかって死ぬまで暮らす家とかいう意味ですよね。
という意味じゃ確かに大半の人間にとって対の住みかは病院だけど、それって趣味悪い言い方だよね。
I mean, the non-creepy way of looking into this is the place where people die, but the non-creepy way to look at it is like this is also the place where some people are born. I mean, technically, life begins at like, for me, at least life begins in, you know, in the body of the woman. But you know, until they come out of their mother, you know, we don't recognize them as like, I don't know, it's a much more complicated definition to talk about, like when life actually begins. But for, you know, you could also view as the hospital as a place where people are born or like get their life back together after suffering a physical injury. Anyway, nevertheless, this was hell of a design. The gondola started to move into the bed.
ぶつかります。
Earlier, they when Yuki spoke to Zakura for the first time and the day ended, it kind of blinked into one of these hospital pictures. The gondola went into the bed. What kind of structure did this ride have?
なんか暗闇ですね。
うん。なんか暗闇だ。
明かりです。
Well, I think this was straight up an interpretation of what happened. I mean, there, you can think about this like a person who, before they suffered through some incident, like they were in a they were in a convenience store. They went home. Then they went to school. Then, when they're somewhere for some reason, they found themselves in the hospital. Then next thing, the blue sky. You know, probably like the state of a person, probably a person in another world. Okay, that was like just jointed thoughts, but I'm trying to get how like a person's previous memories of like where they were before they entered like this current world. But that's probably a long stretch. But that's how my brain is into it in this right now. Anyway, and when we looked down, there was another plate. Stylus piece. The end sky.
なるほど。そういうこと。
The Suinosora. A tremor ran up my spine, twisting my face into a jagged smile. Normally, you were supposed to be scared when you were inside a haunted house, not when you left it. But for some reason, this one was different. It felt as if everything up to this point was a prelude. Oh, yes, it is. The creepy feeling from all the deserted places where people should have been, all the places where we had no right to be, culminated beneath the sky. And just like that, the gondola just stopped. It seemed like the end, the ride should return to the beginning for the next person. But if this wasn't the end, it would be like a plate those lines.
なんか微妙だったね。
そうですね。
さてと、もっと楽しいアトラクションとか乗ろうよ。
そうですね。もっと爽快な方がいいですね。
Really? Who the heck would make a ride like that? I doubted there was any particular meaning to it, but still, it wasn't a very pleasant experience.
幽霊の気持ちを味わうアトラクション。
There you go. Yeah, I think this is like, it reminded me so much about Umineko, man. Like, around that time period, they were talking a lot about like people reliving experiences or something like that. In some way and form. So when you think about it, in Umineko, where does the meta world take place anyway? Or is it just like a visualization of someone's brain, thoughts, or something, or conceptions of ideas? It's kind of weird how that worked.
ほら、ユキ様。こっちにボートがありますよ。
あ、うん、待って。
Wait, I remember something here. I mean, it falls under soft nudity. It's not nudity, it's more like,
ユキ様、どうですか？ボート一緒に乗ってくださいませんか？
あ、いいかもね。変なアトラクション見た後だし、気分良さそう。
Wait, maybe I could just. Oh, you know what? You know what? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, it's fine. It's fine, but it's not. I'll just keep it here. I'll go 100% family friendly Christian stream. Please understand, bro. But this is the Creek.
すみません。最終的には漕いでいただくことになってしまって。
Okay, let me skip through
私メイド
parts of this that you guys can't see. I mean, this is a common scene in all routes up down the rabbit hole one. And I know this is more like just plain
いや、
character relationship development.
船酔いとかしてたら
大丈夫ですよ。
なんです。
ここの湖の
そう。
気持 ちいいです。
確かに湖の水が涼しい空気を運ぶね。
Zachary does say a line that the breeze on this lake is always nice and cool. Yuki then remarks, "This is the first time I've been here, so I wouldn't know." So, this is hinting, yeah, this is... Well, yeah, Zachary did have a date here.
気持ちいいです。水面がまるで鏡の世界の空みたいに見えて、空を飛んでるような気持ちです。
The water looks like a mirror reflecting the sky. Zachary was saying, the water looks like a mirror reflecting the sky. Like we're in a boat flying through the heavens.
そう言われてみれば。でもそれってなんとなく怖いね。
I mean, considering that the previous scene was like them seeing the blue sky. So if you look at the water, it's like as if you're looking to the sky. Yuki was like, I see what you mean, but that would be kind of scary.
そう感じますか？空の上を歩くのは気持ちがいいと思いますよ。
Zakaro, do you think so? It feels good to walk through the clouds.
私は空を歩いたことがない。
怖いですか？前と逆ですね。
So Yuki said some things, Sakura said like, that's the opposite of what you said last time.
前？
And Yuki was like, last time?
いいえ。
You know,
この話です。
further hints to her recalling her previous date here with Yuki as Tomasade with as Yuki, the other way around.
ん？どうしたの？
I need to get some chopsticks and tissue.
Hey, 私の好きだった人は詩人、そして剣豪、哲学者、
Yeah,
そして空気力学のパイオニア。
basically, she says like a line. Look, if I touch the water, it's like I can reach out and touch the sky. Then she mentions that that's something I heard from the person I love. Yuki remarks, "Oh, he was a poet, wasn't he?" Sakura then says he was a poet, a swordsman, a philosopher, and a pioneer of aerodynamics. That is, like she was kind of quoting Serena de Verdeja. Okay, I think we're in the clear. We're in the clear, I think. You want us set to auto for a while. Felt nice. Our languid spirits swayed back and forth with the movement of the train. And then, music. Takashima-san looked like she was enjoying listening to my music. I had her listen to a few songs. Judging from what genre she liked from her expression, it seemed like Takashima-san enjoyed the classical music. I'm pretty sure she only enjoys classical music only because she kind of remembers the time when Yuki played the piano for her. I told her that this recording was from a New Year's concert they held every year in the foreign country. Their conductor was lauded as a genius, and he led the most famous philharmonic into the world. Waltz, polka, march, dancing melody, swaying the train seemed to match the rhythm of the songs. I felt her softly put her hand on my hand that was holding the music player. Suddenly, the name on the screen was, I can't pronounce this, so Pleasure Train. Ours was just a ride across town, not a journey, but the relaxed feeling was the same. The song almost made the scenery outside look like it was glowing.
クラシックお好きなんですか？
いやね。昔さ、母親が厳しかったからさ、 ピアノとかまで習わされたんだよね。
ピアノ弾けるんですね。
うん、まあ難しいのじゃなければなんとか。
なら今夜聞かせていただけませんか？
Which these are the events that exactly happened last time they had a date.
本屋？
はい。ピアノがあるお店を私知ってます。
Was planning to lead them. He's planning to lead them to like the master shop, but I guess the master doesn't exist in this world.
そうなんだ。
はい。と言ってもこれも好きだった方に教えていただいたお店なのですけどね。
そうなんだ。
一緒に行ってくださいませんか？
いいよ、喜んで。なんかここお酒とか飲む店だよね。
そんなことは気にしない気にしない。さあこの席に座ってください。
確かにピアノがある。
はい。これを。
これは？
これはピアノの鍵です。このバーの。
ピアノの鍵持ってるとか、この店でバイトでもしてるの？高島さん。
どうでしょうね。
Oh, so in this world, she has much more.
バー白州教。
This is the place where
これって
she part time.
私弾いていいのかな？
問題ありませんよ。ピアノ触ってください。
あ、うん。何か聞きたい曲ありますか？
It's piano. She was familiar
はい。
to the point that she was.
最初はエリック・サティ。ピカデリーがいいです。
I gotta have time to eat.
へえ、サーティーとか好きなんだ。いい趣味しているね。
そうですね。サティはいい趣味です。かっこいいですよ。
何珍しい。自画自賛かな？
そうなっちゃうんですかね。
でも奇遇だね。私もサティ好きなんだよね。
I wonder why. For the coincidence. They're so spicy, man. No holds bar spicy.
どうだった？
素晴らしかったです。
私も楽しかったよ。ピアノとか弾くの久しぶりだったし。
もう一曲いいですか？
I mean, she was playing at the bar.
あ
She
あ、いいよ。
remembers.
何にする？
ユキ様が一番好きな曲をお願いします。
私が一番好きな曲？
はい、一番の曲を。
一番か。
And this song. This song. It's the song that played um um when she mentions that what is the what song I best imagine for you would fit. This is the song she plays. This is also the song that plays before she when she was about to commit suicide. The stream. Returning back to me all that scene, listening to this when she was arguing the need to continue the spiral Matai.
どうだった？
すごい。
なんで？
That was the song that played
はい、
before she committed suicide.
あ
I
りがと
wonder
う
if
ご
she
ざいま
also
す。
knows about that.
なんか泣いてる？
No, I think it's because she remembers
泣い
Tomasonic
てなんかいません
playing
よ。
a song, playing this piano for her
でも
or Yuki
いいえ、
rather.
ありがとうございます。そして、ごめんなさい。
ごめんなさい。
Oh, the gomenasai could
これ
be.
は言うべきではなかったかもしれません。
どうしたの高島さん。
明日の天体観測、0時直前から始めましょう。
0時直前？それって20日直前ってこと？
はい。
なんで？空見つけるのならもっと早い時間がいいし、それ以前にそんな時間に学校に。
問題ありません。入れます。
え？
世界少女が望めば、この世界で不可能なことなどないのです。
あのさ、高島さん、それって。
分かってます。ユキ様にはおかしなことを言ってるように聞こえるのですよね。私のことを不思議系か電波系の少女であると。
電波系。
いや、そういうわけじゃ。
大丈夫です。分かってましたから。すべて分かっていました。
Oh, this is her straight up saying, "This Zakuro is the well aware Zakuro."
最初は自らの罪に苦しんでいました。
自らの罪？
はい。自らが作ってしまった罪について。
So yeah, this is what she thought about like her.
それを償わなければならないと思っていました。
償い？
でも私、こうやってこの世界であなたと一緒に歩んできて分かったんです。私がしようとしている償いはあなたを苦しめることになる。償わなければあなたは幸せになれる。
You're about to see the title.
この素晴らしき日々の中に生きることができる。でも
Talking about suicide, but if she doesn't do it, you know, you could do it.
私の償いはそれらを奪うことになってしまう。
あのさ、
Roll back
よ
a
く
little
わ
bit.
からないんだけどさ。
If I don't do it, then you'll be happy. You can live the rest of your life like this, and it was wonderful every day. Yeah, this is also wonderful every day. So if Zachary never actually does commit suicide, you know, people will still be living the same life they've been living before they ended. Takuji went full on savior mode, but Zachary dying also accomplishes something that helps resolves Tomasana's issues. Like, in one way, you saw that from like the Kimika end are looking at insects. In the end, everything went as originally planned. Tomasana beats Takuji. They die. Yuki, the personality Yuki gets full control of now Tomasane's body, but that doesn't resolve anything. I mean, it does lead to a wonderful everyday, but it doesn't resolve like the narrative issue related to Tomasane. If, especially if you're well aware about like what happened to like the answer arc chapters. Sure, you can achieve the wonderful everyday, but you know you're not achieving it in the manner that the best way possible manner for a protagonist at least. Let's continue.
明日19日が終わる前、北高の C 棟に来てください。
あのさ、その場合鏡と司は
あなたが望めば連れてくることができると思います。でも望まなければ連れてくることはできないと思います。
Well, this is a jab on the fact that
それって
she
どういう
really has control about. She really has
明日
control
になれ
about.
ばわかると思います。
She really has control on everything that's going on in this world
という日を
as the
どう
dreamer.
迎えるかによって世界は大きくその姿を変えるでしょう。
明日という日。
はい。この店のように。
この店。これって
多分あなたは長い旅を望まれているのだと思います。
長い旅。
はい。それでは明日屋上で。
高島さん。
July Infinity. Now that's interesting. They went with July Infinity instead of like saying 19 or because based on the events of like End Sky 2, there was an implication that everything was kind of repeating. And me replaying this game right now from after finishing it is like I'm starting another cycle, just as with this last line that Ayana mentions. Now, if you remember how Yuki, the thing about Yuki being able to recognize things and not just Yuki, I'm talking about like Tomasane's body. I wonder, one way to interpret that people are all missing is because her body refuses to recognize anyone else but Sakuro and Ayana. But at the same time, you could also interpret this as, well, based on what's happening in Down the Rabbit Hole 1, it literally is just like a kind of world that exists, a lucid dream, if you like, as implied. It's stuff that is discussed in Chapter 7. That they are undergoing a lucid dream. No, a dream. Not necessarily a lucid one, because Yuki wasn't. This Yuki isn't self-aware enough that she could try to manipulate things to work in her favor, but a Yuki that is in the dream. You know. And her subconscious, her subconscious willing things to happen the way they are. Anyway, That day was an afternoon by the time I realized all the other people had disappeared from the world. First thing I noticed was that Kagami and Tsukasa were gone. The house that had been so noisy before was now enveloped in silence. Not a single voice could be heard. This is, well, considering like the ride, this is like a repetition of the ride. So they are probably in a state of like end something, end world or something. There was nothing but the static on TV, no matter which channel I flipped to. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. Coincidence. I thought Kagami and Tsukasa had gone home. Thought the TV antenna was just acting up. I walked around the room with sleepy eyes. I didn't start to get anxious until I got into the shower. As the hot water pricked my skin, my thoughts started to come together, and I began to notice that some things were off. Since last night, I had hardly seen any other human beings. Hardly, which means she probably did see at least one person. I took some milk out of the fridge. The stuff in the fridge hadn't gone bad. The power was still on. I looked at the clock, and it was still ticking away the seconds. It ticked off each second one by one with a crisp sound. I sat on the floor and looked around. The room was really big. I've been living in this house alone until now, but this was the first time I felt like I was living alone. I chugged the rest of the milk and went back to my room. Turned on the computer. Servers were still up, so I could connect to the internet. The mailbox was empty, nothing new. My anxiety grew. But then I found a moment of relief.
書き込みとかある。
The news site I visited had been updated, and there were new posts on the anonymous text board, also known as 2chan. Because we're in Japan, we're not outside Japan where everyone visits 4chan. Through the screen, I could feel the presence of people in the world. The words were increasing, the words were expanding. Time kept ticking away, second by second unchanging. But despite that, or perhaps because of that, the landscape had changed, like it was flickering. I felt a strange feeling every time the clock ticked away another second. It felt like the world was contracting.
そういえば、なんで夕べから鏡と司を見ないんだろう。
They were so insisting on staying here, but now they had left without a word. In that case, why didn't I just go press the intercom and ask? Their house was right next to mine. The two of them should have been over there. The words on the internet were still increasing. The words were being written on every site that might prove that people still existed. This wasn't an imaginary world. It was the real world, where the news is still being updated minute by minute. So why did I feel uneasy? The words continued expanding, but I had this feeling like the world was contracting. As the world shrunk, the words expanded. I turned the TV on again. Static. The signal was poor. Was the antenna mistuned? Words still flowed through the telephone line. No, not just words. Images and even videos were showing up.
なんだこの感覚。なんだろう。
The television screen was full of static. It wasn't receiving anything. This countdown.
参ったな。
I brushed the hair out of my face as I let out the sardonic laugh and looked around the room. I looked out the window. A large sunflower was blooming. Oh. For some reason, it looked gloomy. Yeah, this is what Kamasane had thought about sunflowers. They say sunflowers face toward the sun when they bloom. They're flowers that symbolize brightness. Regardless, the sunflower looked like a flower that had been put on someone's grave. The sunflower's yellow color started to get on my nerves. The static didn't stop. The words increasing. The computer screen was covered in words. I took up my cell phone. I had 0 bars of reception.
電波が一切入らない。
Denpa. All the wire devices were still working. Remember, this is like one of the quintessential Denpa stuff, so she was probably having her Denpa moment right now. Suffering from Takuchi level delusions. Anyway, all the wired devices were still working, but not a single radio signal was getting through.
電波障害。
I tried the landline. If I could use the internet, I should have been able to use the phone. I could hear the phone ringing next door. Are Kagami and Tsukasa not home? The atmosphere was unbearable. I got dressed and ran outside. I stood in front of the Wakatsuki house. Why didn't they answer the phone? Shouldn't someone be upset by all the weird stuff happening? When I tried to ring the bell, I realized this house had no nameplate. There was just a white ceramic plate there. I walked to the station. Trains were running like normal, but no one was there. It wasn't a terribly large station, but it was so small that the lack of people seemed normal either. The train came into the station. There was no announcement. I couldn't help but laugh.
人の痕跡が完全になくなっていれば、それほど怖くないんだろうけど。
Existence flickered before me. There were existences that I couldn't see or touch. Yeah, I think she was. I think this is implying that her brain just doesn't register anyone else but Zakura and Ayana right now. Yeah, I think she's at a point where her mind is trying to reduce everyone else for some reason. It doesn't want to see anyone, basically, except for Zakura, I guess. The spirit room. Lifestyles that continued despite the people being cut off of them. The gondola that kept moving forward and forward. I rode the train. The countdown thing. I didn't see anyone even after coming all the way out here. No one was at school, even in Suginomiya. I didn't see anyone.
休日だけあって誰とも会わなかったですか？
休日だからってここまで誰とも会わないとかないでしょ。ここはどこなの？
その質問に意味はありますか？
意味があるも何も当然な疑問でしょ。
当然の疑問ですか。ではお答えします。ここは北高の屋上。その中でも最も高いシート校舎。空に一番近い場所。
いや、そうじゃなくて、この町全体。
この地区は杉宮区と呼ばれています。
いや、そうじゃなくて、誰とも会わないくせに人の功績だけは残るこの世界だよ。
世界は世界でしかありません。誰とも会わなかった世界が何かと問われれば、誰とも会わなかった世界としか言いようがありません。
Yeah, this is like, you know how like when people talk to Otonashi Ayana and she keeps replying, "Who are you?" Otonashi Ayana or something like that. She's replying the same manner that Otonashi Ayana is replying.
そうじゃなくて。
紅茶を持ってきました。お飲みになられてはいかがでしょうか。
I mean, if you're trying to say something without this ambiguity, I mean, this is basically what you say. You know.
紅茶？はい。
The root and tea set. Takashima-san and I. The texture of the tea cup Takashima-san handed me. I smelled an aroma coming from the tea. Earl Grey filled my nostrils.
さあ、最良の葉を選んで入れたものです。気を落ち着けてください。
The bitter taste and pleasant aroma grew within my mouth. I glanced up at the sky. The blue sky stretched as far as the eye could see. The sunlight, the sound of the wind, every sensation seemed to affirm the reality of this world.
内なる世界。
Internal world. Let those worlds hang in the air. Oh, there you go. She's now straight up saying stuff, man. She's straight up saying stuff now. This is the world within something.
内なる世界と外なる世界。
Yeah, now she's introducing the concept of an internal world and external world. That there is a world within the world.
そんなものがあるのでしょうか。今あなたが感じてるすべては外にある世界のものですか？この青空はあなたの内なる世界のものですか？外の世界のものですか？まるで私たちはそれぞれに内の世界を持ち、共通の外なる世界を持つように感じている。ならばその共通の外の世界はどうやって至るのでしょうか。
至る。
人はどのようにして世界を正しく知ることができるのか。人はどのようにして世界について誤った考え方を抱くのか。ある認識が正しいかどうかを確かめる方法があるか。人間にとって不可知の領域はあるか。あるとしたらどのような形で存在するのか。
Human knowledge is a very specific term for this. When trying to talk about the limits of sun moon that exists in our world.
どうしたの突然。
いいえ、
No, maybe it's right. It's the
あ
right
なた
usage.
の疑問を
It's the right word.
疑問で返しただけです。ここにある世界はあなたの内なるものですか？外なるものですか？
内の世界と外の世界。
はい。内の世界と外の世界です。私たちは外界から言語化されていないあらゆる情報、視覚、触覚などの感覚を通じて意識に現れるもの。感覚所有、感覚予見、センスデータ。呼び方は何でもいいですが、そのようなものを受け取って内面で世界を構築している。そう信じるのであれば、世界とは内なる世界と外なる世界、そのような二重構造を持っていることになる。ならばその二つの世界はどのような線引きをされているのでしょうか。あなたが今口にした紅茶の味は外なる世界のものですか？
Hard question
内
to
なる世界のものですか？
considering that you do your tongue does process something and your brain just just knows the flavor of tea. The question is the flavor of tea that you know is the same as the flavor of tea for someone else. That would be their internal world, how they perceive their own the taste of tea. Anyway, let's continue. Why am I commenting on that right
あ
now?
なたが触れるそのティーカップは外なる世界のものですか？あなたが見ている私はあなたの内なる世界の私ですか？それとも外なる世界の私ですか？
This is a good question to think about. Like, if you apply it on things like being your senses. But what about people? Is there an actual person there? Or is that a product of your internal world? You perceive that there is a person?
外の世界から来ると言われる情報以前の何か、その外から来る何かとはどの時点から外なのでしょうか？どの時点から内なのでしょうか？
Maybe someone try, but
視覚、触覚などの感覚から得たものはその時点で内なる世界のものです。私たちは外の世界とやらの存在にいつ至れるのでしょうか。だからあなたの問いに私はこう答えます。ここはどこであるか。杉の宮区、北高、シート、屋上。
And that is why Otanashi Ayana calls herself Otanashi Kayana when she asks, who is she? She's Otanashi Ayana.
それ以上の答えは語り得ない。
Because there is no better answer than Otanashi Ayana. Otanashi Ayana is Otanashi Ayana.
私、今見ている世界以外の世界、外の世界なるものを知り得ることができません。私は、私が今ここであり得る世界の文脈でしか、私の答えは、その答えを知り得るプロセスからでしか語ることができません。
Takashima-san's expression was almost blank today. It was like her expression had vanished along with the people of the city.
高島さん、難しい話知ってるね。
いいえ、すべてはあなたが考えたことです。
This is implying something, you know.
気がついているのでしょう。
世界そのものの少女の正体。
Physique
Hi.
yourself.
ねえ、高島さん、
はい、
触ってもいいかな。
はい。それを望まれるならば、
Finally realizes that she is the girl of the world. Therefore, this is... Imagine being a subject in your own internal world. That is the girl of the internal world. I mean the world. I reached out to her. Smell of her hair, the smell, feel of her skin, her breath, her pulse. I could feel all of them. She desired to say that she could feel them.
暖かい。なぜみんな消えたの？
器なき液体はどこにも満たすことができない。
Yeah, basically this is like calling back to like the stuff in earlier when they mentioned about Tomasane not being able to perceive Hasaki because you know Takuji and the new Yuki wouldn't want to see the actual Hasaki. Same can be said here. So, you know.
この地は器ではない。ただそれだけのことです。
器なき液体、それが私？
そうとも言えますが、違うとも言えます。そんなことよりも、
何？
終わりと始まりの空。
終わりと始まりの空。
はい。最後の空です。
The two of us looked at the sky from the rooftop. We lay down and looked at the great blue sky. Her head came to my arm, so she ended up using it as a pillow.
痛くありません？
問題ないよ。
そうですか。
高島さん、
はい。
私の腕枕は気持ちいい？
はい。気持ちよいですよ。
Akashima-san laughed. I definitely felt her. I could feel her touch, her fragrance, her breath. That's why I asked.
私の匂い、私の鼓動、私の体温。
安心してくださいよ。私は妄想でも幻覚でもありませんよ。あなたがそう信じてくれるならば。
I believe that it exists.
信じるならば存在する。まるで神様だ。
そんなことありませんよ。それはごく当たり前の条件。だって人は何かを信じることができなければ歩くこともできない。
会議の迷路は歩くことすら許さない。
次の一歩が奈落であるかもしれないと疑えば、そこで歩みは止まる。
つまりは疑うな。
そんなこと言ってませんよ。問うことに意味がない答えなどいくらでもあります。それを問うことは無意味だと言ってるだけです。だって、
Her eyes suddenly started to droop.
あなたが信じようが信じまいが、 私はこの腕の中で幸せです。
It's Zakura's way of saying, just believe me, bro.
とても気持ちよいですよ。好きな人の体温は心地よい。ただそれだけですよ。
Akashima-san nuzzled my arm, a tranquil expression on her face. She said my arm was comfortable. Was there any meaning in doubting her words?
ああ、このまま永遠にここにいたいな。
永遠に？そりゃ腕が疲れるよ。
別に永遠に腕枕されていたいという意味ではないですよ。あなたと私の世界でとどまっていた。
高島さんと私の世界？
そうです。ここは私であり、あなたである世界。
どういうことかな。
Oh, it would be much more correct to say that everyone in that world is is the world of the girl of the world or something.
さあ、どういうことでしょうか。
I mean, it's totally possible that she is the girl of the world. She is also the girl of the world. You know, if you remember Proposition 7. The world was dyed red as the sun began to set. Vega revealed her form in the eastern sky. Next, Deneb, finally Altair, completed the shape of the summer triangle. An enormous triangle stretched across the Milky Way. Stars dashed across the sky. The summer triangle approached the apex of the heavens.
夏の大三角、だいぶ空の上に上がったね。
は
そろそろ時間的に今日も終わりじゃない？
い、は
世界そのものの少女が空の少女に会う時が近づいているんじゃないの？
い、はい。さてと。
Akashima-san took the doll and held it over the fence. I silently waited for the
ユ
sky.
キさん、
I opened my eyes when I heard her say my name. The doll that had thrown was floating in the air, and then it stood up. I had thought that these things were a little strange before, but this time I couldn't help but gasp at the sight before me.
うさぎのぬいぐるみさん、
はい、
駅長さんですか？
いいえ、違います。
では、
私はウサギの駅長です。
それではうさぎの駅長さんなのですね。
はい、私はウサギの駅長さんなのです。それよりも。
Duck Rabbit moved toward me. He stopped in front of me and peered at me with eyes that looked like... No, eyes that really looked like buttons.
何？
すいません。タバコいただいてもよろしいでしょうか。
はあ。
I wondered why he was here, but for a moment, I passed him a cigarette.
あ、趣味のいいタバコを吸ってますね。これはレアものだ。
いや、普通にコンビニで売ってるレベルのレアさだし。
ならばそのコンビニがレアなのでしょうね。
コンビニはレアじゃないし。
そうですか。あと引かしてもらえますか。
He was awfully demanding for a stuffed
は
toy.
い。
あと気をつけてくださいよ。私は大変燃えやすい体質なんですから。
ならタバコとか吸わない方がいいんじゃないの？
これは一本取られましたな。
He laughed, though he didn't seem to pay any heed to my intense warning. Okay, there's the countdown timer again. He lit the cigarette.
へえ。タバコうまいな。
まあ、そうだね。
そういえばタバコは体に悪いって言いますよね。
まあ、実際そうでしょ？
あれは実は嘘なんですよ。
Thanks, Phillips. Thanks, Marlboro.
いや、嘘じゃないし。
分かってない。何も分かってない。あなたはご自分でお吸いにならないからそんなことを軽々しく言うんですよ。
いや、私はタバコ吸ってるだろう。 じゃなきゃタバコなんか持ってないでしょ。
Hey, this is like an Ubineko problem. It basically means that I was holding someone else's cigarettes.
それもそうですね。これは一本取られましたな。はははは。
This wouldn't pass Ubineko logic, bro, about the cigarettes thing. Anyway, that's totally a different tangent. He left me off. He really didn't care about my opinion at all. The gray smoke disappeared into the darkness of the night. The countdown again.
タバコは体に悪くないっていうのが最近やっと分かってきたらしいんですよ。それどころか、タバコは体にいいんです。これは研究機関によって実証されていることなのです。
How much did Marlboro pay you, bro?
どこの研究機関だよそれ。
厚生省ですよ。
嘘だろ。
Yeah, no effing way. it was rigged.
本当ですよ。最新の統計学で分かったことなのですがね、苦いものはだいたい体にいいんです。良薬口に逃がすって言うでしょ。まさにあれなんですよ。苦いということは健康に良いという意味なのです。
違うだろ。
違いませんよ。
なら苦味を感じる毒物はどうなんだよ。
そりゃ毒物は苦いですよ。毒と薬は同義です。使い方次第とその分量で毒は薬にもなるわけです。だからタバコは薬の一種なのです。
Marlboro paid for this and trying to say smoke moderately.
現在政府与党でもタバコを特定保険用食品にしようという動きが活発です。
Fucking bullshit, bro.
いやー、それにしてもタバコはうまい。
What's up with this guy? He flickered the cigarette away. It slowly fell to the ground and scattered cinders into the air upon impact. His feet began to rise off the ground. He took out his pocket watch.
ああ、白線にお下がりください。危ないですから。
白線？
At some point, the fence had disappeared, and it was replaced by a white line. I felt like I could step right off the roof and into thin air.
もう何でもありだな。
なんでもありなわけないでしょ。ほらほら、危ないから白線から下がって。
何あれ？
次の汽車は特別急行夏の大三角行きです。危ないですから白線にお下がりくださいませ。
汽車？
それを言うのならぬいぐるみが駅長さんのところで突っ込むべきでは。
これって汽車？
はい、銀河鉄道ですよ。
ドア開きます。
行きましょう。
Why does it sound like a subway, not like a, the kind of train, a steam train?
行きましょうって。
Unless the modern steam trains are like this right now. I don't know. Suddenly the rooftop was overflowing with people like a train station. Though I had no idea what they were. Look at that form. Those are the forms of people that she cannot perceive.
乗らないのですか？
I suddenly heard a voice behind me, even though no one was there a moment ago. The man in front of me was covered in grime and wore tattered clothes.
いや。
切符を拝見します。
A teddy bear came out of the train and stood in front of
あ
me.
んたは？
車掌に決まってるでしょ。ほら、乗るなら切符見せてください。
Akashima-san took a small gray ticket from her pocket.
そちらの方は？
いや、私。
Even though I wanted to get on this mysterious train, it's not like I had the ticket. I pulled out my pockets to show I didn't have anything, and pulled out a green piece of paper, about the size of a postcard, folded in four. When he saw the paper, he took it from my hand.
拝見します。
The conductor stood very straight and unfolded the paper carefully. And as he read it, he kept fidgeting and straightening the buttons on his jacket. What was that? Was it not a ticket after all? The station master came over too, and they both peered at the paper and studied it intensely. I wondered if they were going to get mad at me.
こんな場所で珍しいものを持ってますね。XYZ 直行座標系で手に入れたのですか？
Yep, this is the 2D world after all. That means the 3D world is me. Then what did I give Yuki then? What? The conductor asked me that while handing the ticket back to me, but I had no idea how to respond.
いや、よくわからないけど。
I opened the paper and proved to be 10 strange characters printed in the back of in the middle of a black bear-esque
な
pattern.
んだこれ。
ほう、これは大したもんですね。
そうなの？
知らずにお持ちなのですか？これは本当の天井へさえ行ける切符です。いや、天井どころじゃないです。どこまでもどこまでも。この切符を手にする者は、この不完全な幻想第4次の銀河鉄道でどこまででも行けるはずですよ。
So this is how her brain perceiving the fourth dimension. That's interesting.
いや、大したものだ。
So quote-unquote Yuki has a special ticket that somehow allows her to travel through the fourth dimension, which is time. Okay.
この駅には5分程度しか停車いたしません。そろそろご乗車になってお待ちください。
この駅？
The rooftop was a train
こ
station.
の駅ってなんていうの？
杉宮北港屋上前ですが、
Oh, just what you'd expect. Takashima-san and I entered the carriage lit by a row of small yellow lights. The seats in the carriage were covered with a plush blue cloth and were almost all empty. We sat in one of the many empty seats. Then a man who had we seen outside started talking to us.
それであなたはその切符を使ってどちらへいらっしゃるんですか？
恥ずかしながら実は行き先とか知らないんですけどね。
そうですか。でも何にも用事がないけれど、汽車に乗って大阪へ行ってこようと思う。
この汽車、大阪とか行くの？
そりゃもちろん。
でもこんなの乗って大阪行く気にはならないよ。
ほら、ユキさん、これが地図ですよ。
地図？
Takashima-san took out the map that looked like a circular seat.
それ地図なんだ。
あれ？あなたはそれをステーションでもらわなかったのですか？
It was sparkling stone that seemed to be cut in the middle of night sky itself.
その地図って黒曜石でできてる？
はい、そうですね。この地図は黒曜石でできています。
Dragon glass.
ほら、こうやってこの地図を窓にかざすと、
At that moment, everything before my eyes became suddenly bright, as though the light from the trillium phosphorescent squid had been frozen at the same instant, and dropped down into the sky. What the fuck? Or as though a diamond company had pretended it was not making a good haul and had hoarded its diamonds in hope of keeping the price high, but someone had suddenly turned the cash upside down and scattered diamonds everywhere.
あの瓦は月夜でしょ。
When we glance out the window and watch as the silver pampas glass of the sky that grew along the palely shining banks of the Milky Way River ripple and sway in the rustling wind.
月夜でないよ。銀河だから光るんだよ。
When I stuck my head out the window, the Milky Way, I became aware of the beautiful water, more transparent than glass or even hydrogen, flowing soundlessly on. It might have been the trick of the eyes, but at times the water seemed to form a tiny purple ripples or shine like a rainbow. I'm slowly losing it. In the fields here and there stood beautiful fluorescent triangle markers. The far ones were small and sharply etched in orange and yellow. The near ones were large and had a slight faintly hazy pale blue light. Set in various configurations, some triangular, some rectangular, some in the shape of a lightning bolt or a loop of chains. It filled the fields with their light.
綺麗ですね。
The man whispered to himself, and something caught my eye.
その手の線はおまじないか何かですか？
この手に引かれた線ですか。これはご主人が私につけてくださったものなんです。大層熱心なお方で、よくペンで線を引いてくださいました。
はあ。
So his master drew a line on his hand with a pen. What strange person.
その線に何か意味が？
ええ、これはこの線の一つ一つがご主人にとって望ましい私の一部なんです。
He touched one of the many lines drawn in his body, laughed mischievously. The face looked like the same man's face and completely different man's face at the same time.
私が82歳にもなったことはどっちみち許しがたいことかもしれない。それについての満足は君が考えるかもしれないほど大きくはない。君の言う通り、私は常に永続性への大きな願いに満たされ、常に死を恐れ、死と戦った。死に対する戦い、生きようとする絶対的な頑固な意欲こそ、すべての卓越した人間が行動して生きてきた原動力だ。しかし、やはり結局は死なねばならないということ。それを、ねえ、君。私は82歳にもなって、学校の生徒の頃を死にでもしたのと同じように、弁解の役に立つことなら付け加えておきたいが、私の性質の中には、子供らしさ、好奇心、遊戯の本能、暇つぶしを好む気持ちが多かった。それで、いつか遊戯にも飽きるものだということを悟るまでには、かなり暇がかかったわけだ。
When he read out that description, I got a feeling that I knew him for somewhere.
あなたはどちらから来られたのですか？
Takashima-san asked that of the man in front of us.
ええ、私はとある聡明なご主人に仕えておりましたが、ある時ご主人の元を離れて同族のいる館に身を寄せることになったんです。それは自分だけでなく、もっと多くの人に私という存在を知ってもらおうと、館にはたくさんの仲間がいて、毎日たくさんのお客様が来られました。私を知って驚くお方、笑うお方、泣くお方、それはご主人が私にくださった素晴らしい日々でした。
そうなのですか。あなたのご主人はあなたを大事にされていたのですね。
ええ、そりゃもうこうして年老いて火にくべられた後でも気がつけばここにいることができたんですから。おそらくこれがご縁というもの
I
な
have
ん
some
でし
thoughts,
ょう
but
ね。
let me finish the sequence because the mysterious person eventually reveals his nature, and you can talk about it.
手に触れてもいいでしょうか？
ええ、どうぞ。
Nakashima-san softly grasped the man's outstretched hand.
真面目さは時間に関係することなのだ。これだけのことは君に打ち明けておくが、真 真面目さは時間を尊重しすぎることから生じるのだ。私も昔は時間の値打ちを尊重しすぎた。それで100歳になろうと思った。だが、永遠の中には時間は存在しないんだよ。永遠は瞬間に過ぎない。一つの冗談に十分なだけの長さだ。
Oh, I suddenly remember about Ryu-chan's conversation with Takuchi about the difference between time is actually there is none.
あなたにはこの線が読めるんですか？
この線があるから読めるのです。作家が一握りの人物で戯曲を作るように、私たちは自我の分解したたくさんの部分から絶えず新しい群像を構成します。この発狂したメガホンは一見この世で最も愚劣、無用、禁制なことをやり、どこかで演奏された音楽を無選択に愚劣にそやに、しかも惨めに歪めてふさわしからぬよその場所に叩き込んでいるが、しかもこの音楽の根本精神を破壊することができず、この音楽によって自らの技術の無力さ、よく聞きたまえ。君にはその必要があるんだ。そうだ。どうだ。ラジオによって暴力を加えられたヘンデルが聞こえるだけじゃない。ヘンデルはこんな鼻持ちならぬ現れ方をしてもそればかりでない。ねえ君、同時にあらゆる生命の優れた比喩が聞こえ見えるのだ。ラジオに耳を傾けると、君のようなたちの人間にはラジオや人生に批評を加える資格は全くない。むしろまずよく聞くことを学びたまえ。
そうか、そういうことか。
The man looked at my expression and understood everything.
私の記憶ではもっと小さかったけどね。ポケットサイズだったし。
そうですね。よく喫茶店に同行させていただいた記憶があります。
There you go. He reveals he's a freaking book. He was the spirit of a book.
あの星々の中にそびえる十字架を見てください。いつかの歌を思い出されはしませんか？
When I looked out the window, yeah, the Evangelion cross. Just kidding. When you see the CG of like the red moon and the red moon with the eye, then you see this from a distance. Anyway, far downstream, emerging like a single tree out of the invisible water of the river, a cross studded with the lights of blue, bitter orange, and every color under the sun, crowned with a pale white halo of cloud. But we, above you evermore reciting, in that either stars trends, lumine eyes. No, not day nor night nor times dividing, where nor age nor sex for our device. All your sins and anguish self right. Your murders and lavishness delight are to us but a show, like the suns that are circulating go, changing not our day for night. On your frenzied light we spy and refresh ourselves thereafter. With the stars in order fleeing, our breath is winter in our sight. Fawns the dragon of the sky, cool and unchanging, it is our eternal being. Cool and star bright is our eternal laughter. A current of excitement ran through the train. All that could be heard here and there was a happy cry, as when a child leaps up and plucks a gourd, or a sigh, and firmly deep and humble. Then gradually the cross came abreast off their window, and they could see the circlet of clouds, pale as the fresh of apples, slowly and gently turning. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! The voices of the people so resounded bright and joyful, and from the farthest reaches of the sky, this chill sky, everyone heard the indescribably fresh, transparent call of a trumpet. then passing a cluster of signals and electric lamps. The train gradually slowed, until at last it came to a full stop directly opposite of the cross.
私はあなたに出会えたことを嬉しく思っています。私たちは朗らかに場所を次から次へと通り抜けるべきである。どんな場所にも故郷のように執着してはならない。世界精神は私たちを縛り、狭めようとはしない。世界精神は私たちを一段一段と高め、私たちがある生活圏に住み着いてそこに馴染もうとすると、すぐに視界が脅かす。出発と旅の心構えのある人のみが、麻痺させる慣れから、あるいは死の時もなお、私たちを新しい場所へと若々しく送ることがあるかもしれない。私たちへの生の呼びかけは決して終わるまい。それならよし。心よ、別れを告げよ。そして健やかなれ。
Anon, my heart, say farewell and recover, Anon.
ありがとう。
In the next instant, his form had disappeared. The train was over half empty now. All at once it had become lonely and deserted with the wind rushing in. We looked and saw all the people kneeling devoutly on the shores of the Milky Way River in front of the cross. We saw a godlike figure robed in white, approaching with outstretched arms across this invisible water of heavenly river. But at that moment, a ghastly whistle blew, and just as the train was beginning to move, a sliver of mist rolled smoothly in and further downstream and blocked their view.
ユキさん、
Then the only passengers left were the two of
あ
us.
そこが石炭袋です。空の穴です。
I looked where she was pointing. A freaking black hole, bro. In one part of the heavenly river grasped a huge pitch black hole. I could not tell how deep the bottom was or what might be inside. No matter how much I peered into it, rubbing my eyes, I could make nothing out of it. Only my eyes began to smart. Those were all lines out of the night on the Milky Way Railroad. Indeed, a story ended with a
こ
story.
こでジョバンニとカンパネルラは別れることになる。ここが彼らの物語の終着点だった。
はい。そうですね。
ならばここから先は私だけで行かなくちゃいけないってことなんでしょ。
はい。
そうか、そうだったんだよね。
Oops. What had I realized? No. I got the feeling that there was no when. I probably understood everything from that moment.
世界そのものの少女って私のことだったんだね。
は
高島さんが探していた終わりと始まりの空、それはこの幻想世界の終わりの空、そして現実世界の始まりの空。
There you go. There you go.
高島さんはこの幻想世界と現実世界の境界線を探してたってことだよね。
い。幻想世界と現実世界ですか。それほど明確に分けられるのでしたらいいのですが、ただ私はあなたを元の世界に返そうとしていました。巻き込んでしまったあなたを。
巻き込んだか。
Think about that scene in chapter 7 when Yuki awakens Tomasane. This is a parallel, I guess, for that scene. From that twit rooftop, a girl jumped over the fence. I saw it happen.
確かに一瞬大きな音を聞いたような気はしたんだよね。落ちてくるぬいぐるみが肌に触れる瞬間に、あの日の夕方、あのマンションから落ちてきたのはぬいぐるみじゃないんだよね。
はい。それは私自身です。
高島さん自身が落ちてきた。
So she had the Takuchi moment, Takuchi Mamiya moment. Remember in chapter 7 when Mamiya's soul transferred into Tomasane's body? If you like to take the spiritual interpretation of it, that's what exactly happened. the spiritual interpretation. At least that's how I interpret it.
は
激突したわけ？
いはいそうなります。
なるほどね。
So someone is in a coma right now.
ってことはこの銀河鉄道の先って結構つまらない場所なんだね。
つまらない場所？
だって目覚めは病院のベッドってことになるんでしょ？
それはわかりません。
わからない？
はいわかりません。
結構目覚めるのは天国とかだったりして？
いいえそんな世界は存在しないと思います。
What an edgelord.
なら地獄とか？
そんな世界も存在しません。ここから先の世界はあなたが見知った風景ありふれた風景の世界です。
とりあえずどっかに戻るんだ。
はいベガとアルタイルそしてデネブの3つの星が輝く空の下に
空の下。
お別れです。
そうなるんだね。
ごめんなさい。
もういいよ謝るのは。
I like that shift from her eyes. You know, she started crying.
ならもう一つだけ言わせてください。
もう一つ。
ありがとうございます。私に生を与えてくれたのはあなたでした。
Because Zakuro. Oh, Zakura's an imaginary being. I guess.
私はずっとあなたのことを愛して
Who
まし
became
た。
self-aware about her status as an imaginary being.
全くご迷惑な話ですがこの世界で再び会えたことに感謝しております。
She's a product of her dream.
一人で行かなければいけない道の途中でこんな素晴らしい時間をいただけたこと、あなたが幻想世界と呼んだこの世界での生活は私にとっては至極の記憶です。この夢の世界こそ私の人生で一番の思い出となりました。かき割りのようなチープで出来損ないの夢の世界、素晴らしき日々でした。
Said the line. The world was covered in white, unbroken white. A world of nothing but white. An astonishing world. A world where you can either move forward nor run away. But still I forge ahead. Even though the scenery around me didn't change at all, I kept on running. Wait. Takashima-san. Obstinate, vanity, scruples, discrimination, pride. Takashima-san left all those bothersome things behind. But I want to continue to demand my tabako, my rooftop, and my frilly dress. It was the road by which I was supposed to return. I remembered the sunflowers, and I realized something. Sunflowers bring to mind an offering of flowers. Actually, he was the one who said that. They look like her sentence because they both belong to Astara or whatever. I had walked through this white world before. This was the second time I had to walk this road. This inescapable white world. It was just like the road beyond the field of sunflowers.
私が望めば存在するか。
In that white world, I remembered it all. I knew that I woke up from this dream, and when I woke up from this dream, I would have forgotten most of it. But I pointed to the end of that endless white
世
pathway.
界は器。器を満たすもの。
I pressed my chest the truth and found that I found an exit the way. I was done being a ghost. Oh shit. Yuki opened her eyes. And that is Subahibi. This is the real ending. This is the real ending and the beginning. The end and beginning. There are two ways for me to interpret this. We could end it here and say Yuki had decided to live on, decided to, you know, finally get out of the delusionary world she is in. You could also think about her as the ghosts that continued to live in Tomasana's body and decided to finally just pass on. You could also say, from the perspective of someone playing this for the first time, that the soul decided to go through everything. You know, she essentially manifested as the older Yuki personality, or you know what? Jesus, man. This is the real ending for me. This is the real ending. This is the real ending for me, man. Shit. I finally understood the beginning and the end of the world. I need to think about a lot of this more. No, but I basically damn. This is a fucking ride. We still have the epilogue for this Tale of Sunflowers, but we'll do that on another stream. Damn it. This fucking you know. Alright, so that is... Oh, what time is it? 11. You know what? Yeah, I can't do it tonight. I really can't do it tonight. This is instantly 3-ish hours, so I'm gonna do this tomorrow. Or Friday, whenever. We'll see. Anyway, I do hope you guys enjoy watching. That is Down the Rabbit Hole 1. If you're starting the game for the first time, that is the first chapter. If you finish the game, that could also be your final chapter. Shit, this fucking story just keeps on giving, man. There's this more. There's this thing I have to deal with too. This is the final thing I need to deal with. Truly, this is the beginning, and this is the end. I mean, shit. I really need to think about this. This really contextualizes a lot of things for me. But anyway, I do hope you guys enjoyed watching, and we have one more stream of Subahibi. Then we will see what happens next. Either I stream Sui no Sora again. I was thinking about Katawa Shoujo. I actually kind of started Katawa Shoujo, so it's something that I should stream. So it is something we'll get into. And I promise you that, unfortunately, we will do the all ages version. I want to stream the entire thing, bro. I barely streamed anything here because I had to like skip a lot of things. But yeah, this is quite an experience, but we have one last ride to go. That will be coming face to face with it this week, hopefully. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed watching, and I'll see you guys on the next stream. Sayonara.